Hello, everyone. Happy Monday. Just give me a sec. I'll say hello to everyone, and we can get started. Okay. Hello, Sarah, Fiji, Tom, Gabagool, Inferno, Torgilia, Trish. Interesting approach. Soul Samurai. Excuse me. Lady Yona. Lord Flacco. Strange Something. Kane. Hato. Nora. Have a good sleep, Nora. Greenfool. Diego. Gio. Chris. Petupon. Tenryu. Powerflare. Claire. Ray. Kef. Kef. Red, Elijah, Potato Mari, Nuclear Snake, Unlucky Emperor, Callus, oh my gosh, hello everyone, Augur, excuse me, Sebastian, Eric, Gasanov, Blackhawk, hello. Hello everyone, hope everyone had a good weekend, hope you're having a good start to your week. We are back, with, again, a bit of a glare from the window, but I'll close that in a bit. We are back. We are continuing our top 100 fictional ranking stuff. Actually, I'll just close it now. With one of the most exciting lists I've ever done, I think. The top 150 antagonists. I'm really excited. I'm really excited for this one. Obviously, we're not going to rush into it. We're going to chill a little bit. But there have been, by far, the most changes in this one. The most additions, the most rises and falls. Not to say, obviously, you guys saw the pro tags. There was lots of exciting changes and additions for that. But this one definitely has the most. Yeah, I'm quite good. I had a good Easter. It was tons of... it was tons of fun, lots of fun with family, played some games, ate some nice food. It was good. If you celebrate, I hope you enjoyed too. Congratulations, Power Flare. Crimson, hello. MSN, Uvart, Sunny, excuse me, Mandela, Mango Jam. The antagonist ones are the ones I look forward to the most. Because there's so many antagonists to sort out, I guess, as you experience them throughout the year. It always has the most changes, I feel. It's definitely true this year. And there's so many additions. Right out the bat, there are so many additions. Because there are 150 this year. Apologies, there are actually 151. But because there are 150, I don't know if we'll divide this into 3 streams. I don't know if we'll be able to do it in 2. I'm not going to rush it, but I definitely am prepared for the idea of doing 3 streams for Antagonist ranking and finishing next week. That's part of the plans. If we don't have to do that, then that's great. But if we do, I'm prepared for that. Hello, Struggler. You'll miss a lot. Hopefully, you'll be here for the ones for the fun stuff. Well, the ones that will be that will be most relevant to you. One for every Pokemon. True. I've experienced some of the ones from last year's list since the last time we did this, so it's going to be fun to actually be a part of these combos this time around. Considering those characters... Good God. Considering those characters are still on the list this year, there are a lot of repeats, though there are a lot of drops, and a lot of the ones that were on the list last year are in honorable mentions this year. Eyes in top 10? If he's on it, I guess he has a chance. We'll see. Will Eisen be on the list? I don't know. Hey, Thomas. Say one nice thing about Stardoor 15. Or, sorry, random thing I love about Stardoor 15. That's working under the assumption that Stardoor 15 is a favorite story of mine. Or, like, the third is a favorite story of mine. It is. I say this in a very... I say this in a very complimentary way. Starter 15 is one of the most disturbing things I've ever experienced in any video game, in fiction overall. And I say that not in a way, not in the sense that disturbing equals good, but the way it was approached, I think, and the way it lent empathy was really a masterstroke. It really was. And it's a highlight of Trails the Third. Hello, Insenilum. Hello. Hey AJ, excited for the stream? I just read the last published chapter of Nana, and in this last stretch, I cried for 30 solid minutes. It's been years since I read Nana, but that tracks. I need to reread it. Or do I? I don't know if I should. Guard, how are you? I'm glad you enjoyed, Thomas. Emmett, honorable mention? We'll see. We'll see. Hello, Mel. The fun stuff being Rice Fairchild. We'll see, Mel. We'll see how hard you can brute force it. We'll see. Thank you, Odd Jobs, for the 33-month resub. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Hello, Osen. I wonder if Christoph got in? We'll see. Thank you, Andres. Good morning to you. Say one nice thing about Blue Eyes White Dragon. Unironically, Blue Eyes White Dragon is a really cool fictional device and sort of tool for displaying the evolving relationship between Kaiba and Duel Monsters, and Kaiba and elements of his relationship with Mokuba. And it's also just kind of peak. It's one of the best designs in Yu-Gi-Oh! To me. And I think you say that because of my shirt, the Blue Eyes Toon Dragon. It's in the conversation for my favorite dual monster. I'm so sorry, Bea. I hope everything is okay and that everything ends up being okay and that yeah, it all progresses smoothly and everything. Thank you for the 100 bits. And all my best wishes to you. And yeah, it should be a really fun stream. Thank you so much, Bea. All the best. The most important question is Wesker going to be in the list? Okay, you know what? Should I put the honorable mentions on screen? Because there is an essay. While I catch up with chat, let's put them on screen. Because I'm gonna need to scroll. As always, guys, just so you know, sometimes the identity of antagonists in stories can be considered a spoiler. So just the fair warning, as always. But here we go. Honorable mentions. Kind of hoping for 3 streams. Well, I think it's very likely, Kef. I think it's very likely. Nana anime or manga? I've experienced both. I've experienced the anime recently in a rewatch, and the manga years ago, like 8 years ago or something, 7-8 years ago. And I do want to reread it. And it is very mean. Top 5 video character themes. Video game character themes. In terms of music, I assume? In which case... is it the Receive You theme? Is that what it's called? From Yakuza? It's used for Kiryu a lot. It's also used for Majima. Yeah, there are some hard hitters already in the honorable mentions. And some big drops. I know, there's some amazing antags already, right? Do I prefer Yuri or Mac? I slightly prefer Yuri. By the way, this is last year's list. Let me just quickly link this. This is last year's. In case you want to see it. I believe that both of them were on it last year too. Yeah, they're both on it. But yeah, I think I slightly prefer Yuri. So AJ, where did this renewed appreciation from Yu-Gi-Oh come from / desire to rewatch it? Hannah rewatched it, Hannah watched it for the first time, and I watched it with her and just loved it. Just really loved it. It was better than I remembered, better than I gave it credit for. Hello, Hannah. Video game character themes. Mr. L's Super Paper Mario. Aerith's theme, FF7. Tifa's theme, FF7. One-Winged Angel, FF7. Is that fair? That song from FF14, that was Emmett's theme for about 2 hours. That I still associate with Emmett. What's it? I forget what it's called. Shanks in the list? Shanks is not an antagonist. Okay, let me scroll down a little bit. Good God, man. This is embarrassing. Yeah, Orochi, Dementio, King, One Piece. Lots of One Piece in here. Just a few honorable mentions. One nice thing about Mitsudo Kuroiwa, one of my favorite examples of a pure horror movie villain, if you know what I mean. Simple, not overly complex or anything, but does the job in being this force of nature, terrifying, terrifying, just all around a fantastic character without being super deep and just kind of being a monster, you know? Yes, Hannah, you will have to avoid some Naruto ones. I'll give some warnings. Mitamura? Ito Itosai strikes me as someone who could go higher when I reread Vagabond. But yeah. Kaisei Arakawa, yep. There's some Akane Banashi in here. Any chance Kita Kata considered an antagonist? Yeah. Yeah. Probably. Let me just refresh really quickly. Make sure I'm thinking of the right person. Oh, sorry. Is considered. Yes, absolutely. I thought I misremembered a plot element from the Judgment Games. No, yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Hunchback of Notre Dame. Why do I keep saying Notre Dame? Notre Dame antagonist coming for honorable mentions next year. Hannah has told me about the Hunchback of Notre Dame and the antagonist for it and his characterization, and I'm like, holy shit, this isn't a Disney movie? I watched this when I was a kid? He's built for this. He's kind of built for the Antag list. So yeah, some drops. There's some from Yu Yu Hakusho, Fight Club, FF, some Final Fantasy, Fate Zero, like Ryunosuke Caster in honorable mentions. Lalo Salamanca is a pretty big drop from Better Call Saul into the honorable mentions. Yeah, and then there's some additions, some drops. Solidus Snake is a bit of a drop. Yeah, there's some there's some interesting ones. A lot of the 120 to 150 people dropped into the honorable mentions? Yes. So you know how in the protagonist list I said, honestly, if a character's dropped 10 to 15 spots, it's basically them staying the same? Think that for this, but for 20 to 25. Like, it's insane. It's absolutely insane. We did talk about Lion King and Disney movies, like, last week or the week before, and I'm just like, yeah. Scar? He's really good. I don't see Michael Kaiser or Rin Itoshi in the honorable mentions. Maybe they will be on the list. I do not consider any notable character in Blue Lock to be an antagonist. It's just how I feel about the story. It's weird for me to conceptualize Blue Lock characters as antagonists, personally. So there are no Blue Lock characters here at all. Say one nice thing about Dr. Robotnik. I love in Sonic Adventure 2 Battle his voice actor when he's interacting with the Chows. When he pets them and he goes, Yosh. I love that. Say one nice thing about Spot. Really interesting conceptual antagonist that I don't actually know exactly where he's going, but I think the potential is through the roof with him. Hello, son. I don't even remember that, Mel. I got you, Trish. No new One Piece antagonist in top 150. I just showed, like, multiple. I just showed multiple. In this. Hello, Downpour. Hello, Rose. Frollo, that's his name. Frollo. Top 5 yappers in Yu-Gi-Oh! Atem / Yami Yugi. Pegasus. Kaiba. Yami Bakura. Yami Dark Merrick. Are there any trail spoiler characters on this list? There will be, and I'll give warnings. Or I'll give warnings. I'll give warnings. Like, I'm gonna try to remember to give warnings for characters, for people in chat who I know are going through stories. So, for example, like, I know Downpour and Hannah and Rose, maybe more, are going through Trails, so I'll try to remember Trails ones. Hannah's going through Naruto, I'll try to remember Naruto. But I'm just doing a general broad spoiler warning. Sometimes the identity of characters being antagonists is a spoiler in and of itself, so just do with that info what you will. Ash going through Bleach? I don't think I saw Ash in chat, but yeah, if they show in chat, then I'll try to remember for Bleach too. Ava's antagonists? I'll try to remember that, Mel. Did I miss someone? Before you scroll down, or is Stark the only Bleach antag currently in the honorable mentions? I think he might be. I think Stark might be. Yeah, they're inherently spoilery, yeah. Protagonists most of the time are fine. Fiction is fine. But any Attack on Titan honorable mentions? I don't know, you guys tell me. Like, I don't remember all the ones I put in here. I'm thinking of one who probably is. Okay, let me look away. Attack on Titan. No, there are no Attack on Titan antagonists in the honorable mentions. I think Yelena. I like Yelena a lot, and she came close. Hey, this is legitimately an essay. Say one nice thing about Stark from Bleach. One of my favorite examples in the story of loneliness is a consistent theme throughout Bleach, but I think the way that it comes across in his character is very unique and specific, and one of the most hard-hitting examples. Bertolt, top 150, we are nourished. He was there last year. Where was Bertolt? 125. He was 125 last year. Yeah, Rob Lucci's there. Yep. Rob Lucci's a new addition. Like, someone said there are no One Piece antagonists. Like, literally, look. One Piece. One Piece. One Piece. One Piece. There are a lot of One Piece characters here. And this is just honorable mentions. Also, one I want to mention is Inho from Squid Game. One of the best characters in Squid Game. Thank you for the 100 bits, Elijah. This honorable mentions list is quite literally good enough to be its own list. It really is. I low-key miss Spamton being higher, though. The thing with... Ask Hannah, I was agonizing about Spamton. But the thing with him is... There's too much... At this point in the antagonist list, if you're not thoroughly amazing in every way, I think it's really hard... There's a little fly in my room now, damn it. It's really hard to make the list, and I think Spamton, there is a bit too much hinging on implication for him. For him to be a bit higher, for me personally. On implication and stuff like that. Death from Puss in Boots, yep. Say one nice thing about Shinpachi from Gintama? He is super underrated, and, you know, I think that's part of his draw as a character, is him being quieter and low-key and underrated, and it's very meta in that way, but I think he adds an element to the protagonistic cast that balances a lot of things. Like, I don't think Gintoki or Kaguya are anywhere near as good as they are without him. Without him being the sort of emotional foundation. AJ, let me Tobiology pill you? Go for it, Andres. Go for it. I would love for Spamton to go higher. But yeah, this is it. This is it. Honorable mentions. Persona 4 Adachi. Sorry. Where are we? Sorry, I need to catch up a little bit. Say one nice thing about Ehara from Lost Judgment. Won't spoil, but I think that Ehara is one of the most sympathetic antagonists I've ever come across in anything, and one of the ones I've kind of, in a small part of me, or a part of me, in spite of anything and in spite of methodology, has quite literally rooted for, or like felt this sort of primal togetherness with, to an extent that is really rare for me. Wonderfully presented as well. Wonderfully voiced. Just one of the best characters in Lost Judgment. Ehara is incredible. Yeah, Marcus from Arcane is here. Singed from Arcane is here. Say one nice thing about Rosalind Myers. Oh man. Rosalind's such an interesting and nuanced and multifaceted take, nuanced in certain ways, on, I guess, American politics and the oligarchical, hovering, influence dictating all the stuff on the ground level that she nonetheless immerses herself in. I felt like Rosalind was a character that sort of struck me as very likable and very engaging in certain ways, and then only when V sort of becomes a part of her rearview mirror and is not as necessary do you sort of realize, oh, she's a piece of shit. She is awful. So I just think it's a really cool, nuanced take on someone who is in this fictional AU, someone of great power and a great take on American politics and politics in general, and those on top and how they maneuver and how adept they are at doing that. I think she's great and wonderfully presented, like everyone in Phantom Liberty. Say one nice thing about Persona 4 Adachi. I didn't like him at all, so I'm curious what spoke to you about him. So let me read what Hannah said, because she wrote a lot. Some of the most fascinating stuff about him is his realness compared to other Persona antags, especially with the true ending signifying how people can slip down that path. and how that also intertwines with the idea of small towns and how we're viewed by people around us, and all of that culminating for Adachi. And it just hits for me, and I find him so fun. So I agree with a lot of what Hannah said. Just on a moment-to-moment basis, I think, regardless of where you are in the story, Adachi's tons of fun, very well voice acted, and just really entertaining, which I value a lot. And I think when you understand his motives and why he does the thing he does, and why he became so disillusioned with reality, which I think is a constant in Persona, and sort of inverse it and foil it with the likes of Yosuke, Yu, and just a lot of our protagonists in general, and see from there the points in which he diverges and why he went the way he went. I think it shines a light on the character work in a way that kind of gets the most richness out of the game for me. Seeing the differences and why he went along that path and how he viewed reality and how he viewed sort of the monotony of everyday life compared to how our characters view it. I think a lot of our characters in Persona 4 view the monotony of regular everyday life as something that, you know, you might be going through similar cycles, but there's always a new complexion, there's always a new way to view things, there's always value to be had, even if the everyday life feels like it is samey. Whereas I think Adachi, due to the way he viewed the world and just individual difference, was not able to see anything in that, in addition to his sort of darkness. He wasn't able to see any fulfillment in there, any change. And this just, like, profound boredom just drove him to something beyond insanity. And I find that very interesting. Yeah, he's one of my favorite things about Persona 4. He's a great antithesis, for sure. Just join why is Scar there? Why shouldn't Scar be there? Persona 5 Royal Akechi Goro where? I do not consider Akechi to be an antagonist, but if I did, he would definitely be here, and I don't mean here. He would be in the actual list. He wouldn't be an honorable mention. He's way too good to be an honorable mention. AJ, do you consider C, the first one from Trails, as an antagonist overall? No, because he was in the protagonist list. Thank you for the 100 bits, but no. Did I have Soprano antags in my list before? I had... I'd recommend, if you're really curious about stuff from previous lists, I don't remember everything. So I'd recommend just opening this on another tab, and then you can, like, do control finds and stuff like that. For Sopranos, I believe I had Livia. Yeah, I had Livia Soprano. On the honorable mentions. She's not anymore. Can't wait for another P5R GOAT, hopefully. Well, we had a P5R GOAT before at number 14. We'll see. Say one nice thing about Cyrus from Pokemon Platinum. For a full sort of diatribe on Cyrus, who I think is one of the best Pokemon characters, I'd recommend checking out my video on Sinnoh, on the Sinnoh regions for Pokemon. The last few minutes where I talk about him. But I'll sum it up by saying that he has this phenomenal dynamic with Volkner. With Volkner, and the way that Volkner views the world and his journey, and how it all integrates with the setting-based storytelling is phenomenal. If you want an explanation, you can check out that video. Moki, thank you for the 17 months. All in on media illiteracy in the top 10. Oh, it's there. It's there. Okay, have I missed anyone? I don't think so. I think I've got everyone. All the redeems. I'm kind of surprised you view Kisei as an antag, but I'm also worried I've forgotten key things. I basically consider anyone that Serin faces that is at least that tries to beat them and has this shonen competitiveness with Serin to be an antagonist. And I think that Kisei is one of Kagami's like biggest rivals. And their fight with, sorry, their match with, I forget their school name, but Kisei's school in the final season pretty much solidified that they're antagonists for me. I think all the generation of miracles are antagonists. Speaking of which, forgot one. Midorima Kuroko no Basuke, new edition. Let me just quickly fix something. That you can thank the Kuroko no Basuke rewatch for that one. Thank you, Hannah. Hannah just fell in love with Midorima, and I couldn't help but agree. There we go. AJ, I finally started Run with the Wind. Congrats, Weaver. Please update me with your journey through one of the greatest stories I've ever experienced. And I'm glad we were able to somewhat inspire it. Run with the Wind is so special, so you're in for such a treat. I care for no basketball man like I care for Midorima. For me, it's Midorima, Kyle Lowry just below. Oh, shit! Okay, well, look! You see the list. The first 3 have been revealed. Boom! Here you go! Sneak peek! It wouldn't be one of these streams without one of those. Here you go, guys. I was still answering questions about Tom's messages. AJ. Oh, there's so much in chat. Oh my gosh. AJ was inspired by Midorima using the full court by showing the full list. That's exactly it. That'll be the only slip up today, for sure. For sure. Surely. Was last year's stream before or after the Takaba Peakery? I don't actually remember. Someone asked, 2 episodes behind? Behind what, Andres? Like, 2 episodes in? Do I ever use studio mode on OBS? No. What is studio mode? What happens if I click it? It was after? I didn't remember. Someone asked why Akashi Seijudo is in the honorable mentions and why he dropped. Honestly, there's just too many new additions. There are too many goats. It was just a natural drop because of too many new additions, and I think he's awesome. I think he's amazing. I think he's probably my 3rd favorite character? 3rd or 4th in Kuroko no Basuke? But, too many goats. Oh. I see, Andres. Yeah, I know you started... I remember you starting it, but... Yeah, I don't know what studio mode on OBS does at all. I've just never... I've never selected it. Say one nice thing about Sienna from Witcher 3. She has one of my favorite relationships in the series with her sister. One of the best dynamics and really rich relationships, full of so much love and genuine care and compassion and connection and history, but also resentment and bitterness and hatred. Yeah. Sure, Hannah. I don't know if I'll use it just because it's a new feature, but it can't hurt to know. Anyways, the first 3... He really does, Mel. He really does. I love Van Zieks. So the first three on this list are Christoph Gavin from Apollo Justice Ace Attorney, a new addition from this past year, and I'd say one of my favorite Ace Attorney characters in general, probably in a show for the top 10 or 12. Just pure drama and theater and insanity, and one of my favorite breakdowns in the whole series, and the way his characterization comes to the fore and his dynamics with everyone and just how it all presents itself is honestly stunning. It made Apollo Justice one of my favorite finales in Ace Attorney. Phenomenal stuff. I love Christoph. Genuine madness, yeah. The 10 Bleach antagonist dream might be real. It might be. Ace Attorney 5 soon, not so soon. It might be. It's a donation goal. It might be soon. I could see it being in and around Metaphor. So yeah, I love Christoph. Next up, of a definitely intentionally revealed 150. Sorry, yeah, 150. Gremmy Bleach. Where Squidward is not an antagonist. My guy is a hero. But he would be here if he was. Gremmy, to me, enhanced by the anime. For sure. I love Natsuki Hanai voicing him. He does a great job. The overall presentation of the fight is incredible. Did it help his chances? It actually didn't. He was 150 before that. Before Friday. But I like him even more because of the anime. Plankton? Plankton's probably an antag. And a great sort of narrowed down encapsulation of a lot of the meta elements that Kubo approaches throughout Bleach in just a sort of smaller package that is no less profound than the way it's approached with Yuha, Aizen, Ichibei, other characters like that. Gremmy's awesome, and he's one half of one of the most profound fights in Bleach. He's amazing, I love him, and he just made it. I was glad he did. When did he got over Star... sorry, I'm not sure what you're asking, Mandela. When? If you mean when while I was reading the series, right after I finished his fight, he went above Stark. Basically, Studio Mood lets you click around all your scenes without it showing up on stream until you turn it off. Oh. May help you check from going from big cam to display cam so you can check what's being shown before you show the scene. Let's see. Okay, bear with me, I'm doing a new feature. Whoa! Okay, I need to test this off stream. I'm scared. Wait, maybe I could test it on stream. One sec. What do you guys see right now? Okay, stream display. Okay. No, that's cool. Okay. Okay, no, that's really cool. Hannah, I'm gonna use this. That's a great idea. Don't scroll up whilst on this. Okay, let me test something really quickly. So, yeah, that does scroll up. Okay. Okay, so what I have to do is go like this. Studio mode. Like this. I see. Okay. No, I get it. That's cool. Cool, okay. That's really helpful. Okay. Yeah, Hannah's doing tech support right in chat. So yeah. Sorry. Yes, I have played Persona 3. I don't know, I'm not sure what was being talked about in chat, but Persona 3 I have played. I have played. Thank you, Hugo. Thank you, Hugo Navarro, for the 25 months. Thank you for more than 2 years of support. Thank you so much. And name the top 5 females in the big 3. I'll just give you my 2 favorite from each. Orihime and Unohana from Bleach. Robin and Nami from One Piece. Sakura and Kushina from Naruto. Yeah, Stark, isn't it kind of appropriate that Stark is alone in the honorable mentions? Yes, me too, Mel. I love that element to him. It is a little fucked. Hello, Javi. I don't know if you saw earlier, but I think Takaya in Reload is given a pretty sizable increase in my book. Interesting. Okay. Well, he is right there. He is right there from FES. So if I agree, if I end up agreeing with you, maybe next year he could go up. Maybe he'll be in the list. I think he's a really fascinating character. I really like him a lot. And the last of the definitely intentionally revealed 3, Kenjaku from Jujutsu Kaisen. Kenjaku is a character whose conclusion I really dislike in Jujutsu Kaisen. I know I've talked to some people who said that they feel like they're at peace with it and it doesn't bother them as much. For me, it was my biggest disappointment in the story. However, at the same time, I love a lot of the stuff he gets with Takaba. I think it's fantastic, and so it kind of balances out in that way. But ultimately, Kenjaku was a character for which my hopes with him for JJK were that by the end of the series, I'd be like, my God, he is the story, he is everything, he defines JJK, he is beyond anything, he is like a Yuha or an Aizen to me. He is just the story and beyond the story, you know? He's an Ichibei. But he just wasn't that, and that was disappointing to me. So part of his drop is because of that disappointment, but again, a 19 drop in this list is honestly nothing bad at all. So I still really like him, I just feel like he has a lot of missed potential, and I do think there's some elements to him that I just don't get. But nonetheless, he's one of the best presented in the story. I love the sort of things he means subtextually for the series and for Cursed Energy. I love the dynamic he has with Sukuna, how there's almost like total inverses of one another in terms of the way they approach the world. And I think he's great. I think he's overall still great, but I was disappointed with him. Like, to me, he should be top 50. My stocks for him were top 50-ish. So Kenjaku got the Lalo treatment for you. No, not at all. My feelings on Lalo are totally different from Kenjaku. I just came here. Do you have a top 150 hosted on a link somewhere? Yes. I've been linking it. It's right here on screen here. So I can put it in chat right here. Thank you. Thanks, Hannah. Ooh, Kef. Ooh, Kef. Oscalot and Johan easily deserve top 5. In his protagonist list, I think Thorfinn deserves a higher place. Ain't that the beauty of subjectivity, eh? Please stop yelling at me. We can do that in low caps. There was something I wanted to scroll up. His ending is really interesting to me on the note, though. It feels like Gege said, you thought you were that guy, but nope. But even if that was the intent, the execution is lacking. Yeah. I think there are so many interesting ideas, and I think he's awesome. And maybe, as I discuss JJK with more people, as the anime comes out, I'll grow to appreciate him more, but as for right now, this feels right. I am conflicted about his ending as well, yeah. Takaba was my favorite thing in the final arc, though. Takaba is one of my favorite things in the final arc. Along with Yuji and Sukuna and certain chapters. He's gonna... I was saying earlier, Fiji, I think he might rise if I reread Vagabond. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you, Hannah. It would have been cool if they explored some stuff with Gojo and Geto and the Soul as well. There's just a lot of things that could have been done. Honorable mention, Itosai is great. Everyone, literally every character listed in this list is great. At least great. If they're on this list, this is an acknowledgement that they're great. On paper, Kenjaku having the time of his life and giving up his drive because he felt content is a great concept. It just fundamentally misses the wider story. I think the fact that we say, like, if that is the intent a lot with regards to him, shows that it wasn't presented cohesively and powerfully enough. But I agree. And I think the execution just missed quite a bit. I lost all my points last stream. Oh no. I can't put Golden Kamui on the plan to watch anymore? Well, it is a it is a stream plan. It is a tentative stream plan series. Which of the playoff games did you enjoy the most so far? Denver versus LA Clippers. And is Metalface the only Xenoblade character in the honorable mentions? No, there is another. Go back in the VOD. I don't want... It's a bit of a spoiler, Raph. But if you go back in the VOD and check near the bottom of the list, there is another Xenoblade character there. They were on last year's, and they dropped to honorable mentions. It really was Downpour. It just hit me that we're going to see the Masato and Joe debuts on the list. Maybe. Yeah, me too, Nero. It's just really fuddled. It's really like, I don't know. Wondering if there might be a new addition to the Mount Rushmore of Antags? Ask me at the end of the list. When we hit the like top 20 or so. No, when we hit the like when we finish the list. Ask me and I'll answer you. But last year I said there was a Mount Rushmore of Antags who were Hunter x Hunter, Haikyuu, Naruto, and Final Fantasy XIV. I think there has been potentially 2 more additions to that Mount Rushmore. So now we have a Mount Rushmore of 6 series. Two series, yep. Yakuza and Bleach? I don't know. I don't know. Anyways, let's do some studio mode stuff to show you number 148, another new addition. We might not have much to talk about with this character, but I think this was a pleasant surprise. Again, Hannah's had a lot of influence on this list with what I've watched with her, but this character is fantastic. One of the best Digimon characters I've ever seen, and genuinely incredibly profound. Incredibly profound and hard-hitting, and Oikawa from Digimon Adventures Season 2 came out of friggin' nowhere and ends up being one of the best characters in the whole series, with him being this amazing thematic antithesis, so emotionally beautifully presented and so human. Like, oh my god. Oh, I don't know how obscure this is for you guys, but Digimon? Digimon is sick. Oikawa is one of the best characters in the whole series. And I was shocked at how well presented he was. Oikawa really fell off. Yeah. AJ, I noticed that Kenpachi, Yachiru, Byakuya, and Renji dropped off the honorable mentions. Bleach is washed? You heard it here first. Also, I don't consider Kaiba an Antag. O2 is a mess? Honestly, I don't even think it is. I think it is in parts, but I think it comes together unbelievably. I love O2, Season 2. It's really close between it and Season 1 for me. I do think it has the lowest lows in the series, but I also think it has arguably the strongest finale. Anyways, Oikawa. Yeah, Hannah, I just gave you more credit. Do I fuck with your homie Naoya Zenin? I do. I think he's great. And I think he could make this list potentially when the anime comes out. With proper presentation, voice direction, I think could make him go up that extra bit. I think he's great. I think he's awesome. You low-key have him above Kenjaku? Yo. I gotta make a note for myself. Well, no. No. I'll make a note for myself. For next year, look into Naoya Zenin. Because I do really like him. He needs a great voice actor. Top 100 Fiction is next, yep. Naoya is insane. I hope he pops off in the anime. Me too! What voice... He should get a great voice actor. Like... Yeah, there's been voting, Weaver. There's been voting. You haven't missed it, though. You haven't missed at least the ranking. Or maybe you can contribute. I'm not sure. Hiroshi Kamiya? I could see it. They need to get someone great. Now, you know what? I really like him. I think I low-key forgot about him. He's an honorable mention. I have him above Maki, but below Mai. I have him below both, probably, but... He's kind of on Mai's level, I think. Okay, next one. This is a Sekido character. I have a video about Sekido, so I talk about Genichido in that a little bit. Overall, I just think he's one of the most compelling FromSoft antagonists and one of the most, I guess, cohesively presented to me. I find his sort of ideological conflict with the Wolf, or with Wolf, and the reason in which they come at odds, and how he is this yardstick for progress in his journey to strength. I think it's fantastic. I love him. I love the fights. I love the presentation. Kenjiro Suda, one of his best roles in anything. And he's amazing. He was on the list last year. Yeah, he dropped 15. That doesn't mean anything at all. That's not a drop. I love him maybe even more than last year. Ken in Digimon 2? Amazing! Ken is one of the best characters in Digimon. I know, Trish. Genichiro Ashina, one of the best FromSoft characters ever. And for reasons I haven't included FromSoft characters outside of Sekiro on this list, just because of the way they're presented, it makes it hard for me to quantify, like, how much I love them compared to others, because a lot of it is reading lore and reading interpretations and putting that all together. So it's a bit different for Bloodborne or Elden Ring a lot of the time. So I don't put FromSoft characters on, but Sekiro is the one exception. Don't tell me Team Rocket will be number one. What would be wrong with that? There would be nothing wrong with that. Welcome in, Dave. It kind of is, Weaver. It kind of is. Number 146 is a fantastic, wonderful character. Pyramid Head Silent Hill 2. Because of the context of what Silent Hill 2 is, and the symbolism here, and what Pyramid Head represents, and all of that, my thoughts on Pyramid Head are kind of tied to my thoughts on the protagonist of Silent Hill 2. It's kind of hard to separate them, but I've tried to, and I've made an effort to do it, and I think this is where he lands for me. This is just like prime symbolism in video games, prime indirect characterization, visual storytelling, environmental storytelling, just genuine horror. It's all there, it's all achieved through Pyramid Head, and he's iconic for a reason. It is a rise, it really is. You get me, Andres? Yukio Oikawa? Peak. Did I read Villain Saga manga? If so, up to what chapter? I'm up to date. You can check my anime list to be sure, but I'm pretty sure I'm up to date. Unless one dropped in the last couple weeks. Do I like Hild? Yeah. I do. I don't love her, but I like her. So yeah, Pyramid Head is incredible. Next up, Great Ace Attorney? Great Ace Attorney, not going to talk in specifics, but this is Great Ace Attorney for anyone who might not want to hear anything about it. Barok Van Zeeks. Yeah, a 30 drop looks scary, but really not much has changed with my feelings about him, other than just maybe not thinking about him quite as much. But like Mel talked about earlier, he is one of the most flamboyant, beautifully presented in terms of just expressiveness characters in the series, in video games that I've experienced over the last few years. His backstory and the reasons that he thinks about the world the way he does are really well presented. He has great dynamics throughout the series. He's really funny. He's got great music attached to him, yeah. And all around, I just find him engaging on every level. I really, really love Barok. And he's one of my more favorite characters in Ace Attorney as a series. Me too, Mel. I think because his role in the series is quite dynamic, and I liked it more when it was a bit more antagonistic, but I nonetheless put him here. Thank you for the hydrate. Does Silent Hill 2 remake do anything additional for Pyramid Head? I think they cook with I think they cook with him for sure. I don't know that it added a ton, but they do some cool stuff. Waiting for Senor Pink? Jay, out of curiosity, do you know my thoughts on Dressrosa? Or like One Piece in general? Have you heard me talk about Senor Pink? Because I'm betting you haven't. Oh, sorry, Celestica. I didn't put the music up. This music is one of the best songs of all time, and it is from Trails of Cold Steel 3. No, okay, yeah. So I think Senior Pink is quite overrated, personally. Like, I think he's a good character, but I think that people talking about him in all-time antagonists or one of the best antagonists in One Piece conversations, I think that's super overblown with regards to how good I think he is. I think he's good, but he's not on this list. So I've always been a bit confused about the way that he's celebrated, I think. But hey, he's good. He's good. But he's not on the list. The next one I'm gonna sum up in... I do hate One Piece. The next one I'm gonna sum up with one sentence. La Habrea Final Fantasy XIV, one of the best examples in fiction of making of somehow recontextualizing a bad character and making them really, really amazing, and making the badness of their character good. I don't get how it happened. I don't get what they were cooking, how they got that to work, but they did, and it's amazing. La Habrea is fantastic. I love La Habrea, and I was honestly shocked at what they did with his character. Because he's literally D tier. He starts off literally D tier, in my opinion, and he ends off S tier. The RGG special, imagine if they unironically made Andre Richardson an amazing character. That's what this is. That's literally what this is. This is them making, like, Takashima from Kiwami 2 a fantastic character. Or Andre Richardson, or, like, Joji. Maybe Joji's pushing it a bit. Maybe Joji's pushing it a bit, but you know. Like, it's not pushing it that much, and you get what I mean. Oh, I forgot about that, Trish. That's so funny. Beautiful eyes. Anyways, yeah. My god, Final Fantasy XIV. I need to switch this, song. I'm gonna start crying. Oh, dear. I wonder if there's going to be any other FF14 characters on here. Me too. Me too. AJ, is Ebina on here? He's not been on here. He has not been. Will he in the future? I don't know. You have to wait and see. Next up, actually kind of a bit of an elevation. A little bit of an elevation. You have, Sarah, you have. Melon from Beastars. My feelings on this character are all over the place because of the ending of Beastars, in my opinion, being bad and not doing enough with his character and really just kind of leaving him by the wayside. But the latest anime adaptation presents him in a way that I think is really, really effective. I really, really like him a lot. And the stocks, I'm in wait and see mode, and the stocks are higher than they've been in a while. So I'm a fan of the anime presentation. I'm waiting to see how it goes, but as for right now, that's his spot. Happy birthday, Joji Nakata. Melon gas, Melon indeed gas. I've been confused about where to put Melon for years and years. I'm hoping the rest of the anime will help me consolidate my thoughts. The voice acting in the anime is so good for Melon. It's really good. Yeah, the presentation is so good. In both of them, I think. In both of them. Imagine Ginjo or Tsukishima coming up while Alley of Silence played. Imagine. Anyways, No, I'm kidding. Right, so Melon B-Stars, only down 2, which is really good. Melon in the dub is really good? I haven't heard. And then next, I'm thinking about when to do the first bet. I'll do the first bet between 138 and 130. I'll do it soon. I'll do the first bet between 138 and 139. So we'll get there kind of soon. But next, I think my 4th favorite Avatar character, Azula. When I was kind of getting characters into the honorable mentions and despairing over not having 150 characters and having to cut people, I kept going to like, is Azula in the honorable mentions? And I kept debating it, and I just went like, no, she's not. She's really, really good. She still makes the list, and she has one of the more... She has such a deceptively nuanced psychology and such a block in her mentality that is so sympathetic through the way she conceptualizes the world and her relationships with other people. And it's just so compelling and sad and tragic to me. And I think she's so good. Yeah, she lost her childhood. She's so hurt. She's so hateable at times. But the reasons for it really hit home and really are really believable and complex and make it very interesting to morally evaluate her. Very good in conclusion, yep. Would I consider Zuko an Antag? I would not. I would not. You have lists for protags and antags. Do you have any lists for characters in general? Most of my favorite characters belong to neither camp. I do not. And I've been asked this for years. Would I do one for deuteragonists or characters that aren't protags or antags? And my answer's always been, I don't know how I would be able to make a list like that. I, admittedly, over the past couple weeks, played around with the idea of making one. Of making a deuteragonist list or something like that. I played around with it. And I started it. And I just went like, man, there are so many. I don't know if I'd ever be able to do this. I don't know if I'd ever do it. It's so hard. There are 10 from Hunter x Hunter. There are 10 from Haikyuu. You know, it's so hard. She's so hateable, but I like that throughout the episodes you can see the gaps spill out, that inner lost child at times. Yes, it's genuinely fantastic presentation, and I haven't watched Avatar since 2020 or so it's been a good 5 years, something like that. So I don't have lots of specific examples in my mind, but I imagine she's a character who on revisit would hit so hard. And elevate, maybe. It would need to be like a top 250? Yeah. I wouldn't say no for sure, but man, it would be hard. That episode where her friend said, I love Zuko more than I fear you. Yes! I forget her name. But with the bangs, the character with the bangs, oh, I forget her name. But that moment is fantastic. Mai. Yep. What about just 50 characters, period of all time? Would that be manageable? Nope. Not because I wouldn't know. Well, maybe because I wouldn't know. But also because I cannot stomach the idea of characters I deeply love being, like, deeply love with my heart and soul, being not being on the list. Any reason why the antag list is longer than the protags? Because I've experienced so many more antagonists than protagonists. Top 100 green characters? Midorima number 1. Next, Riz from Beastars. Really close to Melon, actually. I didn't realize that these two Beastars characters were so close to each other, but yeah, that's how it shook out. I still think Riz is part of what makes Season 2, which is, on a narrative thematic level, I think Season 1 is still my favorite overall, but on a narrative thematic level, it can be argued that Season 2 is the peak of the anime so far, at least. And the writing. I don't know if I'd agree, but I think it can be argued. And Riz is the core of that. I think his dynamic with Legoshi is amazing. I think it brings about the societal ideas and the shortcomings of the way that society functions in an amazing way, in a fantastic way. And he's such a twisted character. He's such a dark character that is really disturbing and visceral and poetic at the same time. Riz is amazing. Time to cut Graha from your top 50? You're going to make me throw up. I'm going to throw up. Louis might be one of the best characters ever. He is. See, that's another one that I would need to put in that other list. What I've been doing for a couple of years is ranking every character and piece of fiction I've experienced in a given year at the end of December. Because I have my media thread, right? I've seen people do that, and I thought about it. And it's something that I would do if not for these lists. If not for it spoiling these lists. Because if I didn't do these, I think it would be a really cool way to put all my thoughts together. Greed Island's an amazing arc. Greed Island's amazing. I have multiple videos on it. If you're interested, you can check those out. But Greed Island is a fantastic arc. It is way better than a lot tend to give it credit for, and way deeper. And the series does not function without it. And I have it ahead of Heaven's Arena, Zoldyck Family, and Hunter Exam. Okay, a bet is soon. Not yet, but very soon. First, we have to give our flowers to my favorite Pokemon character in the games, at least. This is a great theme for N. Sorry to constantly be going, I have a video on this, but I do have a video on this. If you want a big elaboration on why N is fantastic, I have a video on the Unova games, Pokemon Black and White, and why he's just the ultimate Pokemon character, the ultimate Pokemon villain and antithesis, and why he's fantastic. Yeah, N is awesome, and he's my favorite character in the Pokemon games, and he's kind of the sort of character I think the series was screaming out for a long time. Black and White, it says Black and White there, it encapsulates Black and White too as well. One day, Hannah. Hello, Kakarot. I thought you had Cyrus higher? No, he's always been a bit below N. Thank you, Sarah. Hunter x Hunter or One Piece in terms of world building? Depends how you define world building. I don't know. I don't really know. I think One Piece has more depth and breadth and more to it, just because of the sheer length and how much Oda explores it. But I think the thematics and the way they tie into the world building for Hunter x Hunter give it a 1-up on One Piece. I don't know, it's arbitrary. Hello, Zoth. Yeah, N is so good, and I'm so glad that Pokemon has a mature, fantastic, morally complex character that makes you question the things about Pokemon in a way that doesn't make it too dark for kids playing it. Like, when I first played Black and White, I never felt that I was lost by N or the questions he posed. It just made me think, and it hits that sweet spot where it does that for kids, but it's also not too watered down for adults either. So the text and localization really go the extra mile in getting that across. And Mewtwo and Cyrus? That's a great top 3. That might be my top 3. Okay. Okay, so the next one is a bet. Yes, Cash Lord, I definitely recommend checking out my anime list for lots of questions like these. All of it's answered all of it's answered on my anime list. To answer your question, yes, but everything will be at your disposal there. To answer the question, yes, I've watched Yu Yu Hakusho. I've watched his other work is for some reason eluding me. What's it called? I watched it so long ago, I don't remember it. Level E. I should rewatch it because it's been so long, but I've watched both of them. Andres, you owe it to him to reread them. Okay, first bet. Hello to me. First bet. Okay, you're gonna be. Thank you, Son Goku, by the way, for the 200 bits. Thank you very much. The first bet of the day is a fun one. How do I spell it? Just checking. Bertolt Hoover, Attack on Titan, or Homare Nishitani, Yakuza series. I think this is a really fun one. I think this is a fun one to start off. So, which character is higher on the list? Nishitani or Bertolt? Boom. I am a big Bertolt enjoyer, and I do love Yakuza. I have been re-experiencing Yakuza 0, and actually last night I got to big Nishitani stuff. I think these are both fantastic characters. Bertolt is one of the most emotional characters to me in Attack on Titan. I can never think of him and not be sad and not be disturbed by what he went through and what he was forced to do and his last moments and all that. And Nishitani is not just a fantastic, strong, incredibly presented character in Yakuza 0, but he gets better through Gaiden and how his legacy is played around with in really interesting ways. I think it's really interesting how he impacts Majima, how his legacy is played around with, and what the series sort of says about what could have been with him a lot of the time. Okay, let's see how it shook out. We have 50-50. Holy shit, 50-50. Okay. Amazing. Bertolt's speech in Return to Shiganshina is one of my favorite scenes in the whole series. For me, it is two moments. His final moment where he wakes up and he's momentarily happy, and he goes, "Hey guys," and then he realizes that they're his enemy. And he screams out for Annie and Reiner in futility. It always gets to me. And also, the one moment in season 2, episode 6, where him and Reiner reveal it, and we just see a flash of his face before he transforms into the Colossal Titan, and he is just stricken with tears. He is just crying. Oh. And yeah, somebody find us. Like, when they asked Bertolt, was it real for you? And he goes, of course it was real. But this is how it has to be. Like, but then he goes, do you think we want to do this? We've done such terrible things, we can't be forgiven. I don't know what to do with myself. Please, somebody find us. Oh my god. Yeah. So anyways, the answer is Bertolt by a hair. By a hair. I think I'm just a bit more emotionally connected to Bertolt. Depression wins, true! Congratulations, everyone. Where's Yami? Number 1. Congrats. Yami's number 0. Sebastian has asked top 5 honorable mention protagonists. Bro, look at this essay! Detloff, Solidus, the Xenoblade Chronicle one at the bottom there. Beyond Netero and Lalo Salamanca? Suzaku. No, Suzaku. Probably Suzaku. Oh, didn't they say... No, they asked honorable mention antagonists. My favorite Danganronpa character of all time is Nagito Komeda. Oh, I said Protag. Sorry, I meant Antags. Rated character dynamic, Nagi Seishido and Reo Mikage, SS. Yeah, there were lots of changes for this list. I mean, as you can already see, new edition, minus 19, new edition, minus 15. Like, it's all over the place. Okay, next. Next is a big rise, actually. Not a new addition, not a new character, not a drop, but a big rise. I was looking to buy a BL visual novel, and I searched on my usual visual novel store, and it said no results, but then recommended Cookies and Cream Maids for MILFing instead. Thank you so much for sharing. That will be on my top 100 next year. That will be next year. Hannah, have fun with Cookies and Cream Maids for Milking. There's a girl called Haruka who calls you a disgusting nerd. Oh boy. Uh, Interesting. Number 137 on the list is the biggest, a big rise, one of the most notable rises. Emu from One Piece, for whom, to me, has been one of the biggest stars of One Piece over the past year. We're getting stuff with Emu that I've been really, really hoping for, that I've been really wanting to happen. We're seeing lots of really human elements to Emu. That help to humanize and deepen, and I think up to a certain point we saw the part of Emu where they were a symbol, where they were a horror movie villain, where they were kind of an aura merchant in a great way. But now we're getting to see their aura drop, their writing go up, the humanization go up, to see them become more three-dimensional, and see what really makes them tick. And that is where Emu is starting to properly become a really, really awesome antagonist that I think will only continue to rise. Your special sauce, wow. Wow. Me too. I hope it's not too expensive, Hannah. I know, me too, Lolo. Every time Emu does anything, I am locked in. And there's a big rise from honorable mentions from last year. Rate a character dynamic, Ushijima and Daichi? To be honest, I don't think there's much of a dynamic there. At least not one that I've really thought about, outside of some light characterization things. And how they support their teammates. So I can't really say I have a answer for you. Maybe B? $12? That's not bad. That's not bad. Number 136. Emu is unbelievable. Another big rise. Number 136. From one of my favorite series to experience every week, Akane Banashi, Isho Arakawa has had incredible stuff lately. Incredible stuff. Whereas before, he, kind of similar to Emu, he kind of worked as a symbol and a force of nature and kind of a relic and a thematic piece of a character. We have now seen him humanized. We have now seen what makes him tick, why he thinks the way he does, why he opposes certain elements of Rakugo in the way he does, and it's amazing. And to me, he's a clear number 2 in the series. He is a proper aura farmer, and he gets way better. Do I consider Buggy to be an antagonist? No, I do not. Akane Banashi is amazing, Claire. Akainu not in this list is heresy. You know what's heresy? Not reading the list and being wrong. Because Akainu is on this list. He is in the honorable mentions. If I had a nickel, man. If I had a nickel. Isho Arakawa. Fantastic. Like I said, by far my number 2 in Akane Banashi. Thanks for the hydrates. What did I make of the Gorosei in my Egghead read? Great. Basically, to me, I think they kind of hit the ceiling. They're as good as they can be given their role, and I don't want them to be more than that. I love them being these sort of metaphysical, supernatural beings that you can't really understand or conceptualize all that well. I like them being monstrous. I like them being force of nature, and I really like, Oh, Twitch hates that word. Twitch hates... I could never put that in titles, Mel. So yeah, I think they're really good. But I also think... they, due to the nature of their characterization and their role, have a lower ceiling than most other characters, but that's fine with me. I'm happy with that. Shamrock Stocks next year? I hope so. Let's see. Okay. We could have another bet pretty soon. Oh, this list is so fun, man. Pretty soon we can have one. But not yet. Number 135 is Sachiro Hirugami. One of the shining stars of, in my opinion, if I had to gun to my head pick a best match in Haikyuu, it is the one that he is involved in, and one for which he is one of the best characters with one of the most hard-hitting backs. Actually, you know what? He's 134. He's 130. Is he? No, probably not. In the moment, I'm like, no, he's so peak. He's 130. But no, actually, no, he's not. His dynamic with Hoshiumi is to die for. His dynamic with Asahi is unbelievable. And how he looks on, and despite like hardly really interacting with him, but looks on at Asahi's struggle and is able to apply it to himself and understand the burden of pressure. His dynamic with Kiryu from the previous game, with Bokuto in other ways, and just how he approaches just the element of texture and philosophy he adds to the cavalcade of opinions towards the sport and life is so needed and so genuine and real and dark, but nonetheless, in the end, very uplifting. He's in a lot of ways, to me, the darkest Haikyuu character, in certain ways. I think overall, Washijo is probably the darkest overall, but in some ways, he is the most... He in some ways, he's the darkest. He's got some of the darkest subject matter. And he's all around fantastic. Rated character dynamic, Hirugami Hoshiumi, double S, I think. Thank you, mods. Thank you, Dave. I will forever be grateful to Furudate for including Hirugami in their story, and how well and carefully and in a very considerate but also very overt way they cover the topics he's central to. It's not easy to read the stuff that Hirugami goes through. Being a Barrock. It really is not easy, but it's done with such tact, and it's done with such tact and sensitivity and beauty, despite not pulling any punches. Exactly, to me. And I love... That's the core of the Hoshiumi influence on him, I think. Rated character dynamic, Luffy and Bonnie? Probably S. Bro, why is Trails music so good? You got me, man. You got me. I have no idea how Trails is so good. Trails music is every song a banger. Number 134. An identical drop, actually. Kenny Ackerman, Attack on Titan. That's awesome, Mel. If he's only behind Luffy for you now, I can imagine once we catch up, he could be number 1. Kenny Ackerman, Attack on Titan. Just an overall, one of the most efficient characters in the story, and one of the vehicles, I think, for the clear thematics in the story. He is part of maybe one of the most important chapters. He is absolutely central to one of the most important chapters in the whole series. Beautifully voiced by Makoto Date. Very well presented in the anime and manga, and a great dynamic with Levi. The relationship with Uri is so all-encompassing of everything to do with the series. Just such a great character, and Probably not as high in my Attack on Titan ranking as he was 4 or 5 years ago, but still just such an utterly, incredibly rich character. 69 and 71, both of them so good. I remember you disliking Attack on Titan Season 3. I don't dislike it. I don't. Season 3 Part 1 is my least favorite of the adaptation by far, definitely. But Season 3 as a whole, I don't dislike. I still really enjoy it. But to answer your question, yeah, if that's what you meant. To answer your question, there is really nothing at all wrong with Kenny. I think Levi gets the short end of the stick at times, in ways. Historia does as well. The overall pacing, and maybe a couple other things, but Kenny is great. It's crazy, because up to a certain point in Yakuza, I'm like, I can't believe Kenny is played by Date. Kenny makes me so emotional, and Date just makes me laugh. And now Date makes me a lot more emotional than Kenny somehow. Which is wild. Can you believe the Date glow up? Good God. Date somehow triple S. Can you believe it? Infinite wealth tax can make you emotional over a formerly misogynistic hobo. True! Does Kuma from One Piece qualify for the list? Not for me. I get it, but I don't consider him an antagonist. Is Levi above Kenny? Oh yeah, definitely. Levi is in my top 4 of the series. He's my 4th favorite character in the series, whereas Kenny is around 12 to 15 or so. Number 133. Dragon from Ping Pong the Animation. For anyone who doesn't know, I rewatched Ping Pong just a couple of months ago. It was somehow better than I remembered. I really, really love Dragon. Characters don't really get under my skin, Cash Lord. I really, really love Dragon. I think it did solidify for me, though, that I don't connect with him nearly as much as a lot of the other protagonistic cast. I don't get as emotional thinking about him. I think I see moments of his, and I feel really moved, but in a sort of detached way, and primarily for how he connects in one of the greatest episodes of anime ever, episode 11? The second last episode, whatever it is. 10 maybe? I think moments of Dragon, I think, like a lot of things in Ping Pong, Dragon comes across most powerfully in the little moments, the fleeting glances, just like a lot of Ping Pong. And I have to, to get properly emotional about Dragon, I think I have to work a bit harder than I do for characters like Smile, Peiko, Kong, or even someone like Baba-chan, or Joe, you know? Which is probably why he's lower comparatively. Nonetheless, he's still an amazing character that the series cannot do without, and there are moments of transcendent beauty associated with him that are incredible. Him learning to fly is one of the greatest ascents in sports anime, and it's such a triumph, and it's so... it's just what's beautiful about sport and fiction. That's so interesting to me, Andres. But I'm so glad that he speaks to you that strongly. It's interesting how we diverge with certain emotions, I guess. Him in the bathroom it destroys me. Takemitsu Zamurai by the Ping Pong mangaka. Interesting. It's more subtle stuff, but he has 2 or 3 moments where it just hits. Yeah. It's kind of a slow burn, and then it all hits you. It crashes down. I've never heard of it. Thank you, Ash, by the way. Thank you, Ash, for the 6-month resub with Prime. Thank you for half a year. Really appreciate it. Number 132. Yeah, okay. We'll do 132. Is Blackbeard in the honorable mentions? No. I think him being this man, struggling with his cell built by all these toxic masculinities growing up, but also the core of all that stuff is what exactly made him want to love the sport in the first place. Sort of the spirit of why... There's something beautiful about the history between Butterfly Joe and... I forget his name, but... his grandfather. Dragon's grandfather, and what happened between the two, and how the lessons learned and the complexes formed there in that interaction, completely top-down formed the conglomerate that spawned from that, and as a result formed the mentality of Dragon. And the core of it was always this beautiful love for the sport. It was just surrounded by all these layers, like Andres says, of complexity and baggage. Sephiroth? You're going to have to further specify the question, Kaiser. Are you asking if Sephiroth has been said yet? If he's on the list at all? If... what are you asking about Sephiroth? Number 132. Ishikawa character? Yeah. You know, Washijo is an Ishikawa character. Number 132, Skull Kid / Majora from The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask. I've actually been tapping into Skull Kid as I've been thinking about and talking about the Hero of Time in the stuff I've been talking about last week, as I'm putting together a script for that. And I think I've kind of shifted a bit from really loving Skull Kid as much as a character on their own. And now I kind of look at them as part of the tandem and dynamic with the Hero of Time, and as a part of Termina as a whole, which may explain the bit of a drop, but nonetheless, they are still masterfully done, beautifully integrated. Their dynamic with the Hero of Time is so special and so defining and full of sadness and loneliness and of dreams lost, but also filled with such happiness and joy and promise for the future. Which, does that get fulfilled? That's a different topic entirely. But the way it carries into also Twilight Princess as well, it's really, really good. Yeah, it's a cool mix. They're a really abstract concept. They're kind of like a symbol, but they're also so human, and they wouldn't be able to function in the way they did if they weren't that human. Majora's Mask is unbelievable. Can you not say these things with Neath Dark Waters in the background? I might think Skull Kid is the greatest Antag ever just from this. Maybe that's part of the deal here. To gaslight all of you guys. Luckily the song was at an end. I wanted to say, will Sephiroth be on the list? Well, we're going through them one by one, and it's part of the fun is for it to be revealed when characters are on the list. So I'm not going to spoil you. You're going to have to wait and see. You're going to have to join in the stream and see as we go if he gets revealed. But he has not been revealed so far. Top 5 One-Winged Angel versions? I don't know 5 One-Winged Angel versions. I know there's one, like, the original is probably my favorite. The one from Remake is really good. No, that might be my favorite. Remake's version might be my favorite, then the original, then the one in Rebirth, then Crisis Core, and Advent Children is probably there as well, but I don't remember it very well. Ultimately, Skull Kid to me is the hero of times like lost childhood, but the nuance to that. So it has the sadness, but also the chaos and corruption. It's a beautiful mirror. To me, it's like a fractured mirror, and looking at Skull Kid reflects upon the hero of time, what he's lost, what he hopes to regain, things he hates about himself, but also things that, if he were to shape his mind differently, he would be able to reclaim. It's really amazingly done. 1 second. So that is the first two tiers, tier 9 and tier 8, are quite short. They only have 10-ish characters. The tiers get bigger from here. They get quite a bit bigger. And the cost of reclamation, oh yeah. Andres, I have been deep in that lately. It's incredible. Next is another new addition. Another fantastic character that I underrated when I was a kid. Pegasus from Yu-Gi-Oh! Maximilian Pegasus. Let me do the first name. Bryce, oh. Genuinely one of the best characters in Yu-Gi-Oh! Let's see. He's probably my 5th favorite character in Yu-Gi-Oh! 5th favorite? Merrick was in the honorable mentions. Same with Bakura. Beautifully voiced in English and Japanese. One of the... I said this last week, I think. One of the best examples of like an arc-specific villain or antagonist. Deceptively emotional. Like, deceptively deep and rich as it all comes together. And just moment to moment, so engaging. So wonderfully presented. Fantastic character design. Dark, tragic, emotional, sympathetic. Tons of fun. Tons of flamboyance. He's got everything, man. He's got everything. Kaiba boy. And literally literally, like Sam kind of alludes to, the backbone of the series would not exist as it does. The game that is the core of the series would not exist without him, and so he's characterized through it. Like, his heart and soul are poured into every card. And so I think in a way he's indirectly characterized through how the game is contextualized throughout the series, even when he's not there. He's so good. Is the evil Bakura a different character for you or the same? As regular Bakura? To me, they're distinct characters. I am wearing his card. I am. I prepared for today. Does he get better throughout the franchise? Does he get better in GX? That final arc was hiding some real peak. No? But his deck is full of cards that bastardize his own game and take the piss out of it. Yes! And the way that integrates with his own, I guess, elements of self-blame and the arduous struggle to get where he needs to be. I remember him showing up in early parts of GX, but I don't remember it being a lot. I think he just kind of shows up to a contest or something? I don't know. Maybe I'm totally misremembering. Oh, I had 2 132s. Whoops. Yes, sorry about that. Sorry, just fixing that. And let me just check something with my other list. Okay. Okay, we're good. Actually, no, we're not. Need to just fix one thing. Need to just fix one thing. There we go. Okay. I've not watched 5Ds yet, but I'm so tempted. Oh, and we have Naruto. We have so much Naruto to go. Oh, you can't tempt us. Anyways, Pegasus, number 131, not 132. And such an amazing character, and part of my Yu-Gi-Oh! Renaissance. Next is... You Know Awaits Me? Peak. Oh, whoops. I think, Did I screw... I forgot to do the studio mode. Okay, we're good. Number 130. Million Knives / Nye from Trigun Stampede. This is another show that I rewatched recently. Recently as in a few months ago with my mom. And, you know, I was going through it and I'm like... Will Nye... Because what carries Nye to this list is the sheer beauty of how everything comes together between his and Vash's relationship in the last couple of episodes, specifically the finale. And I'm like, is it as good as I remember? It was better. I cannot believe how unbelievably emotionally moving and sympathetic and gutting his conclusion is. And the ideological struggle between him and Vash, and how you can see him just not being able to understand how Vash is, quite simply, honestly, bizarre ideals just don't compute with him, and how much that tears him apart, and how much he just wants to save his brother and be together with him. It's honestly unbelievable. Nye is the best part, probably the best part of Stampede. That's a great take, honestly. Vash is probably just a bit ahead of him for me, but it's so close. And I wouldn't begrudge anyone for saying that Nye is the best part of it. Just the voice acting and the way he's presented in the finale, oh my god, it destroys me. Are you two watching Naruto? I'm watching it and AJ watches some episodes with me, same as with Yu-Gi-Oh! And Digimon, but I'm... Yeah. Basically, yeah. Hannah watches it, and, I see, like... I rewatched episode 30, because we watched that on a movie day. Anyways. If you watch 5Ds, I know Yu-Gi-Oh! Dub is fun, but the script changes are actually bad compared to the sub, plus they cut out the final arc. If you ever get there, that is your choice. I've heard that Yu-Gi-Oh! GX is way worse than the dub, which I don't doubt. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I think a lot of that comes down to what Hannah decides to do. What do I think of Legato in Stampede and the original? In Stampede, not much to speak of for me personally. In the original, pretty good. A new edition. We have a new edition, which I've only kind of realized recently. Scroll down for a split second. Sure. A new edition, which I've only recently realized. Let me know if you want me to go a bit more, Fiji. then this came from a re-experience of Final Fantasy X. Of Final Fantasy X. There you go, Fiji. So, Final Fantasy X stuff. That line is unbelievable, Dave. Number 129. Jecht, Final Fantasy X. I was thinking about it, and I'm like, does he qualify? Does he? Yeah, the Emu Rise. After the past year, I had to, Fiji. Does he qualify? And I think he absolutely does, and I don't know why I didn't include him in the list prior, but to me, Jecht is one of the best characters in FF10, maybe my third favorite, something like that, and so full of this, his relationship with Tidus is so full of genuine, real, believable nuances and emotions and hatred and regrets, and I actually am about to cry thinking about it. What the fuck? It's actually so good. It's actually so good. Maybe, let me see the list really quick. No, this is a good spot for him, but the way in which he and Tidus, we hear about Jecht. He's kind of got a bit of a Jing Freaks element to him. He and Tidus interact in certain ways, and you hear a lot about him from Tidus, but then you hear a lot about Jecht from people who knew him after he changed a little bit, who talk about him like he's this great guy. And Tidus is like, what? My old man is this great guy? But then you see his journey that he went through throughout the entire story as he tried to become better than he was, as he turned over a new leaf, and you see so many sides to him. You see the father, the athlete, the flawed man who cared, always heartfelt, but the mistakes he made, the way he gave up from drinking, the way he wanted to try to save the world, and the successes and failures associated with that, and the core of it is this super layered relationship with Tidus that I think is so real and so emotional and so layered, and how he's I don't want to spoil big things a ton in case anyone's just listening to this casually, but the tragedy with his situation and role in the story and how it manifests in the way he moves throughout the world, the things that he's drawn to, some of the fights and the confrontations and sacrifices and a certain high five, like, oh my god, man, Jecht is so good. Jecht is so good. Yes, Hannah, I've already looked up a filler list for Naruto. So if we get to filler and we're not really feeling it or you're not really feeling it and you want to just go to canon stuff, I gotcha. Because there's a lot. There's a lot. Am I watching Exchange? Right. Hello, Ophi. Thank you, Ophi, for the 33-month resub. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Hope you had a great weekend, Ophi. I'm sensing a Final Fantasy renaissance. I've been talking about a Final Fantasy X one for a long time. Jecht's design is awesome. Bleach filler watch through? Oh, Sam. We got a while for that. Fire Emblem Three Houses video game or Exchange reality TV show? Fire Emblem Three Houses if I'm answering seriously. Exchange if I'm answering half meme, half seriously, because it's closer than you'd think. It's pretty damn close. But Exchange does not have Edelgard yet, or Dimitri. Or Felix, or Ferdinand. It does have Ash, though, you're right. Number 128. Actually, bet. Ooh! Okay. Okay, we have a really fun bet for 126 and 127. Yeah, we have a really fun one for 126 and 127. But 128 is another new addition, another fantastic, resonant, efficient character, and one of the better antagonists throughout all of Bleach, Neutra. Ash, if you're still here, you might want to mute, because Bleach talk. I don't know if I'm even going to spoil anything, but the fantastic... Oh, Neutra Gilga, right. Thank you, Sam. One of the most efficient antagonists in the entire series for me, and like, right off the bat, right out of the block, tons of... There's an extra O. Oh. Let me see. Oh, whoops. He's tons and tons of fun just through being this really sort of disgusting character right off the bat. Kind of similar to a way in Grimjo, but as the layers are slowly peeled back, and you, Gremmy's last name is Thomo. I reject that. He's just Grammy. I don't like it. Let's keep it Grammy. He is Bleach Naoya. He is. His name is spelled a lot of different ways, yeah. But as the layers are peeled back and you understand all that he's about, he's one of the best examinations of the Arrancar sort of situation, the Arrancar mentality, and the way they're trapped and the futility of certain aspects of their psyche. And it comes together in such a stunning, stunning way through the fight with Kenpachi, the dynamic with Kenpachi, and how it reflects him. Me and Fiji were talking about this recently. And then the dynamic with Nell, and how Nell, through being this sort of example and idealization of the things he could never be for one reason or another, throws into sharp relief his flaws and very human nuances, and what that says about his condition and the Arrancar condition, and in some ways Aizen, too. No problem, Hannah. Any reason Neutra over Gremmy? I think the thing with Gremmy is that Gremmy tackles a theme that... Like, I think the Gremmy fight is better than the Neutra fight, and a lot of the things associated with Gremmy I enjoy more, but as an individual character, Neutra is more interesting and has more going on for me than Gremmy, whereas a lot of the stuff with Gremmy is done, not to say that it's not unique in Gremmy, but it's done in more interesting ways with other characters, Ichibei, Aizen, and Yuha specifically, or is attached to other characters that helps them shine more. Like, as much as I love Gremmy versus Kenpachi, Kenpachi is the shining star of that fight for me. Whereas Neutra versus Kenpachi, it's honestly, for me, it's more for Neutra. Like, Neutra shines more for me in that. So yeah, anyway, that's probably why. It's pretty close. It's pretty close. And like I said, I like the fight better. But as individual characters... Sorry, there's something on my foot. There's like a puffball on my foot. As individual characters, that's why I'd say he's slightly ahead of him. Is she whale downpour? Have I seen the Neutra and Naoya meme? I don't think so. Neutra representing despair and something about the whole idea when he says even Aizen can't save the Arrancars. It's these fleeting moments, man. It's all over Bleach. Neutra gets more with him getting a flashback? Yeah. Like, it's not that... I'm sure, like, in a hypothetical world where Gremmy gets a flashback, maybe he'd be ahead of him. But I'm just evaluating what we got. So, yeah. Sure, Dave. Yep. I have Neutra over Ulquiorra. Will you kill me for that? Have I ever given the impression that I will kill someone for an opinion that's different than mine? Or even 1% of that? Yes? Okay, then I'll kill you. I guess I'll kill you. Every time we watch Naruto, I'm terrified. Me shaking my head when I think that Hannah will have Kakashi lower than me or something. For Bleach Antags, are a lot of them like just the one fight they have? Bleach tends to be a series that communicates in-universe and out through fights. So if they are short-lived, that tends to be the case, but not all the time. But for Neutra, basically. And for Gremmy, basically. Of course, Kef. Me when, right now, Ino is above Sasuke. Based. That ED, I knew that ED would seal it. Bedtime? Bedtime? Yeah, you're right. You're right, Fiji. Neutra has build-up, too. Me when OP2 greater than OP1? Oh, by far for me. I totally agree with that one. Just realized I missed the end of your top 100 Protag list stream, but I'm glad to see my boy Shoyo still on top. He is indeed. Welcome in, Vita. Oh, ED. What? Whoa, this is brand new info. Holy shit. Okay, that's the closest I've got to it. That's the closest I've got to it, Hannah. It's very cute. It's very cute. Wind enters my soul and destroys me from the inside out. My very being, it would not be an exaggeration to say that my very being is dependent on wind. So that is a little shocking. I'm probably lying about that opinion, but it's really hard between them. But I love that. I love that opinion, even if it took me by surprise. I really like that ED. And I love Naruto turning at the end. It reminds me of Leorio in Hunter x Hunter's last ED, where Naruto just goes like... Imagine a stream with people where everyone has their own 150 lists, and it's all just people arguing who belongs where, and realizing that we all have their own list because we enjoy different things in media. That would be an interesting one. I feel like at a certain point it would stop being a stream and start being a lamentation of war. Okay, next bet. This is really fun. One second. Okay. Oh, sorry. I'm screwing up. Okay. We're back. Number 126 and 127. I don't know the older Iwami. I don't know the first name. From Yakuza series, specifically 6, or Heizo Iwami. I always call him Kurusu. Or Masataka Ebina Yakuza series. Heizo's honorable mentions as well? Then I screwed up the name. Hold on. Then I screwed up the name. Tsuneo. Let me fix that. Tsuneo is honorable mentions. Yeah. Okay. Fixed. Fixed. Okay. So, Takeru... I gotta change it. Takeru Kurusu, or Heizo... Takeru Kurusu / Heizo Iwami, or Masataka Ebina Yakuza, from Infinite Wealth and from Yakuza 6 and Infinite Wealth, respectively. Who is higher for the Yakuza folk? This is a Yakuza core prediction. Kurusu or Ebina? Ebina has been cooking non-stop for me after I finished Infinite Wealth. Me too. Me too. I love both, as you can tell, because they're both on the list. It is a hard one. I think I switched this like the other day. Wrong prediction? Oh shit. Oh shit, hold on. Oh, Nishitani and Bertolt! Delete! Delete and return points! Sorry, my bad. Which is higher? It didn't save for some reason, that was weird. Kurusu and Ebino. Okay. There we go. So you should have got your points back. So I gotta say, well, last year, Kurusu was 145. Oh, why doesn't he have the plus? He was 145. So there has been a rise, regardless, a notable rise. The nuances and emotions of his relationship with Hirose, like non-stop, are... They are constantly in my mind. I'm constantly thinking about them. They constantly destroy me. And that scene, the shaking hand with the gun, I just cannot get that out of my mind. He is always... I don't know. He is such an efficient character. Their relationship is so beautifully twisted and disgusting and emotional and all over the place. And Ebina, he's a character who's like, I'm like, I don't know what I'm gonna do. Like, I don't know what's going on with this guy until we actually get to him and what he does at the end of the series and how he ends up being this almost perfect foil for Ichiban and Kiryu. And the voice acting, the facial animations as he just lets loose of all his complete hatred for everything to do with the Yakuza. And then how Kiryu implores him to be this outlier, to be this example that he cannot even begin to say that he deserves. That is reflected in Ebina's brother, Ichiban. But that the world sort of needs to move past this. And how Ebina is just stunned at it all. I don't know, man. Interesting, Sarah. We'll see. We'll see. Ebina's full character coming into full view pretty much entirely reframes the game. It really does. And the way it recontextualizes the ant in the beginning. Yeah, it's insane, Blackhawk. Ebina's super popular in the poll? Let's see. Ebina, 66%. Kurisu, 34%. The answer... And I've been thinking about this a lot recently, actually. Because, yeah. They're right next to each other, in their... Anyway, sorry. Kurisu. Up 19, just about. Just about. The emotions and the dynamic with Hirose just push him above. Congratulations. That was a tough one. And the minority won. Congratulations, everyone. I did better with the bets in the pro tag list. These are tough, man. These are tough. Heizo, Hirose are like the second best dynamic in Yakuza 6. I think they are. I think they are. They straight up are. You won 120k? Oh my god. I'm scared to bet. I have 61k. That's a lot. Zomaza, if you just do 2k here, 3k here. They both have that same feeling of hopelessness. They do, don't they? They really do. Is Bryce in my honorable mentions for Yakuza? In my heart. But in actuality, no. Kurisu is one of the best, straight up one of the best characters in Yakuza. He's in my top 30, personally. But in terms of just emotional punch and richness and efficiency, given limited screen time, he's incredible, man. Oh, Bryce. Bryce Nation, we fought hard, but next year will be our year. We just have to believe. Sell me. Sell me on him. The campaigning starts now. Number 125 is a hefty rise. Hefty, well, you'll get what I mean. Blackbeard, One Piece. +3, which is really impressive in this list. You're right, Ray. I didn't think enough about that. Akio Otsuka, Supremacy? We kneel. Yeah, I've just been thinking a lot about Blackbeard over the past year. I think that he's on the cusp of becoming genuinely one of the best characters in the series, and genuinely one of my favorite shonen antagonists. He's not quite there yet, but the potential and the cooking and the ceiling is so high, and as he is now, with the really sad notes to his character, the stuff about dreams and nightmares, and how he foils Luffy and Emu in a lot of ways, it's all so incredibly good, and it's made him rise for me. He's elevated a lot. Egghead, yep. He's one of my favorite slow cooks in One Piece. Akio Otsuka is so cool because he straight up plays my favorite mangaka of all time in a live-action series about a girl who obsessed about Baki being BL. And he's Adachi. And he's Shunsui. Yeah, when Oda decides that Blackbeard's time is here, it is a wrap. It is a wrap. The black hole, oh. And he's Tamiya? He sure is. I think a lot of it, Ray, is just, I've had a lot of discussions about him. And, just thought about him more in the last year than I had in the previous couple. Top 5 Akio Otsuka roles. Shunsui, Rider, Uvogin, Honestly, Adachi. I think Adachi's in my top 5, just because he does such a great job with it. Even if Adachi isn't... Like, I don't think Adachi's as good a character as Ryder or Shunsui. But, you know. And it might be Blackbeard, too. Blackbeard is Shunsui, yep. I think that's probably my top 5. Thorkel's really good. He's fantastic as Thorkel. Adachi? Yeah. Adachi's a character in Yakuza who he plays. I might be forgetting someone, but that's a good top 5 to me. He's good as Dimple as well. His father, Chika, was the original voice actor for Roger. Really? That's so cool. Blackbeard's voice actor is the son of Roger's voice actor. We could do some thematic cooking with that. Oh, Baron Omatsuri. He does a great job as Baron Omatsuri as well. Yujido too? Yujido from what? I don't know what that is. Baki? Oh yeah, I have no clue. But I'm sure he's great. Blackbeard with a role like Ichibei, we need it. We need that. Next is a character I will not spoil because one day Hannah and I will get to this, but I've talked about him so much before. You can check out old VODs of Top 100s where I gush about him. One of the best characters in Gintama, Sasaki Isaburo, incredibly complex, incredibly emotional. When his story all comes together, it is a feat, a pure feat. He's incredible. He's in my top 10 for the series, close to top 5. And he's just generally a masterstroke in, I think, long-term storytelling. And his dynamic with multiple characters throughout is really fantastic. But I shall not say much more than that. Any other Bleach characters other than Neutra? Stark was in honorable mentions. Gremmy was 150. And I think that's it. He's a very emotional character, Fiji, so I feel like if it doesn't hit, it doesn't hit, maybe. But he hits with me so hard. Whenever I get to rewatching this with Hannah, I'm in trouble. I've been reminiscing about Gintama a lot, too. A lot. Isaburo and Nobume, yep. Yep, that's the one. Anyways, amazing. And a mainstay of these lists. Next. Has there been too much Yakuza? Has there been too much Yakuza, or should we do another Yakuza bet? Okay. Next bet. True, Trish. Daisaku Kuze. I think that's how you spell it. Daisaku. Or Tsubasa Kurosawa. Two characters with fantastic dynamics with Kiryu. Two amazing characters. Which one's higher? Kuze or Kurosawa? Let me talk really quickly about them. I think that in Infinite Wealth, we see that Kiryu has been affected profoundly by the people around him, and people who have left marks on him, scars on him, experiences, positive and negative, everything. He has learned so much from the people around him, and in Infinite Wealth, we, in large part, reflect on that and reflect on his journey and his life. And I think that Kuze is one of the characters who, in a low-key way, had one of the most impactful effects on him. I think Kuze taught him so much about his never say die attitude, about hanging in there. Like the hang in there quote, it's one of the most iconic in all of Yakuza. And I think that is something Kiryu learned from Kuze. And his continuous shonen mentality to always get up and fight again and go another round. And I think there's something really special about that. That echoes throughout the series. Kurosawa, I think, is fantastic as a pure antithesis in Yakuza 5, but specifically, I think he gets even richer and better in Infinite Wealth when we can foil him with Kiryu due to them having very relatable circumstances and ideas about regrets and all of that. I think it puts a really sad richness to the character. Was Jungi Han kicked from the list? No, he's honorable mention. All these Yakuza characters just get stronger the further you get into the series and realize their impact, or they get recontextualized and it's just insane. I could see it be either one, and I'd be happy with either. Both deserve it. Let me know if Kuze is the secret origin of Heisenberg, but for Kiryu, low-key. Low-key. Anyways, let's do the bet. Ironic how both of these characters represent tenacity on both extreme ends of the spectrum, Kuze with his perseverance and Kurosawa doing anything he can, including backstabbing to achieve his goals. It's interesting. Yeah, they have that tenacity, don't they? But totally different. Totally different. And both very powerful dynamics with Kiryu, but in totally different ways. Oh, for sure, Gio. Yakuza is pretty good. It's a pretty good series. Hot-blooded versus cold-blooded. Oof. I've come to love Yakuza 5 infinitely more with time. Me too. I'm so nostalgic for Yakuza 5. The vote happened? It did. Did anyone miss the vote? I can redo it in case, because I didn't say, okay, voting now. I can redo it if anyone... I can redo it. How do I miss every vote? Okay, I'll redo it this time. I'm returning the points. Let's do it again. Who is higher, Kuze or Kurosawa? Okay, starting now. I don't want to cause trouble? Too late. No, I'm kidding. You didn't cause any trouble. We were forgot as well. We're not even in the top 100. True. Hey, Jonah. Happy belated birthday. Downpour forgot too. There you go. The trouble is shared, we were. Okay, what do we got? Kurosawa 62%, Kuze 38 so far? This is pretty close. 41-59? You know what I love? Fiji is talking about how Kuze... Come on, Kuze, he's the underdog. Kuze is the ultimate underdog narratively, too. It's so good. Anyways, Kuze has 41% of the votes. Kurosawa has 59% of the votes. The answer is... Kuze. The minority win again. Thank you, Nasty Ninja, for the 16 months with Prime. Thank you very much, my friend. Welcome in. Thank you so much. Kuze finally won a fight. Ooh. Ooh, downpour. Congratulations to 41%. I meant to vote Ooh. Ooh. The way these feed into each other in Yakuza 5 when Kiryu is to Aizawa what Kuze was to him. Oh. Yakuza 5 is so good, man. Thank God for the... Thank goodness for the top 100 fiction. I don't have to rank Yakuza individual entries. But I do on my backlogged. Oh, God. 2 wins on Yakuza despite knowing nothing about it yet? Struggler, you would love Yakuza. Thank you, Gio, for your service. Next on the list... Oh, this one's fun. This one's fun. A brand new entry? Once more. Novak, Orb on the Movements of the Earth. To me, by far, the best character in Orb. And just, I don't even know how to talk about this guy. Kenjiro Suda, one of my favorite roles from him, one of the most emotional roles from him. And the way he opposes... I don't even know. How do I talk about him in general terms? I don't think I can. Let's just sum it up with, I guess, his line, I guess I was the villain of the story, moved me like nothing else. And him seeing Rafal... and him sticking to what he needs to stick with for the sake of his heart and his connections, without really seeing what he was really doing until the very end. Oh God, man, he is incredible. Incredible. For anyone who hasn't seen Orb, if you like anything to do with the idea, the theme of legacy and knowledge and truth, and how it passes down throughout the ages, with presentation very akin to Vinland Saga and parts of Attack on Titan. Some of the spirit of Vinland Saga as well. Give it a go. It was such a delight. It was such a delight. And this is its best character for me. Kenjiro Suda, yep. You heard its ending is very polarizing? Oh, I had no idea. I had no idea. No, for me, the ending of Orb only elevates him. It only elevates him. He's unreal. I had no idea it was polarizing. I might have to ask about that later. Interesting. Anyways, Orb is amazing. It's been one of the surprises of the year, and Novak, by association, has been one of them as well. Number 120, one of the most notable rises in all 3 lists. A character who I just think about more and more and more, and who just rises more and more and more. Rufus Shinra, one of the best characters, one of the most elevated characters in all of the Final Fantasy VII Re-Trilogy. Up 29 spots. 29 spots. Gur, awu, gur, base, true. One of the most elevated characters, like I said, so much nuance with his dynamic with Cloud. One of the best dynamics in the whole series. His relationship with his father and trying to live up to his father and resenting him and trying to step out of his shadow, but how he feels chained in that shadow and how every step, every decision he makes puts him further inside that shadow despite trying as much as he can to step out of it, and how he seems to be a slave to his blood, but also not, and how he's going through basically the same journey as Cloud, being manipulated by Sephiroth in so many different ways. It's so good. He's so good. Oh, I love Rufus. He's so incredible. What's up with Rufus and that other guy from Ever Crisis storyline in Rebirth? I explained it pretty thoroughly in my 9-hour video. You'd hope I do, considering it's 9 hours. Essentially, Sephiroth, without getting too deep into it, Sephiroth is doing to Rufus what he's doing to Cloud, and the way that Rufus reacts to it, and how you can coalesce that with how Cloud acts to it, helps you foil both characters really, really well, and shows you exactly where Rufus is in his journey, and how he kind of is sitting on the edge, balancing whether he'll be able to step out of that shadow and have a rebirth, pardon the pun, or if he'll be doomed to remain in it forever. I would guess the former, but we'll see. Thank you, Sarah. Is Rufus stronger than Cloud? Physically? Probably. Rufus in OGFF7 is a big aura farmer. There are some really cool things about him in OGFF7 that show his tenacity and perseverance and how he's different from his father. But Remake and Rebirth, specifically Rebirth, takes it to a whole other level. I love him so much. Oh, Rufus and Ugram. Oh. Next is another new entry. Another new entry. This one is from a character I only got to know in the last year. Cho Sang-woo, by far, in my opinion, by far, no question, the best character in Squid Game. Fantastic antagonist, human, understandable, sympathetic, while also being genuinely antagonistic and, like a force of an antagonist the whole way through. Very intelligent, very conniving, and pragmatic in a realistic sort of way. Beautifully acted. In my eyes, still just about the best dynamic with our protagonist. This is the antagonist from Season 1, yes. And all around, like, it's not even a question how far and away he is the best character in the series to me. I ship him with the protag? Based. Yeah, he has such pride. Yeah, he's very bitter. He's very human in that way. He's very me-core in the way you can see a lot of his petty pride, a lot of his bitterness at the idea and prospect of... sorry, I just spit a little bit. He's got me so excited I'm spitting. Of being looked down at in certain ways. And he's so just understandable to me. He is genuinely very antagonistic, but he's also very understandable, and I found myself, like, nodding along with a lot of the things he said. I'm probably one of the few who properly rates it, really. Squid Game isn't quite a favorite of mine. I think it's overall very good. I really like Season 2. I think I'll end up liking Season 2 more than Season 1 when all is said and done. But it's not a favorite yet, but Sang-woo absolutely is. Squid Game is peak Old Man Yowie. That's a clip. Marbles. Season 2, I really like Season 2. Season 2 is my favorite, but Sang-woo's my favorite character. Mine too, yeah. Oh Il Nam? I think, if that's who I think it is, let me just double check. Yeah, I liked him. But the twist with him kind of had me wondering what exactly that did to elevate him. I think he's good. I don't know, I think he's good. But he doesn't really speak to me. So yeah, Season 2, if you haven't tried it out, there are a couple in chat who said they haven't tried it out yet, I'd give it a go. I was very hesitant that they would have much of a story to tell for Season 2, but I was very pleasantly surprised. They do lots of really interesting things with the premise. They play around with it. They take it in new directions. There is a really good dynamic. It's really cool. It is Tom, and he deserves it. Me writing my Rebirth video, and every few paragraphs moving Rufus up a spot. Hannah did peer pressure me, yup. Yes, indeed. Yeah, Season 2 is really good. It's really good. I'm going to be doing with the next entry what I do with every character. What I do with every character in this series, which is play 13 Sentinels. What I'll say is, Tetsuya Ida is my third favorite character, I think, in 13 Sentinels. A fantastic villain and antagonist that is derivative of so many series that 13 Sentinels celebrates. Very derivative of Eva. Tetsuya Ida is a very Eva character, but just lots of media in general. And yet he's so much his own thing. He is so much a conveyance of the themes of 13 Sentinels in a way that is very emotionally affecting, but also at the same time, pitiable and like, dude, come on. You know? He's a fantastic character, a fantastic antagonist, and more than capable of shouldering 13 Sentinels and all that it is. How many antagonists are truly there in 13 Sentinels? Worth noting, just him. I think that probably answers the question. What about Anton Chigurh from No Country for Old Men? We'll see if he's on the list. He hasn't been so far. Though I will say, I have not watched No Country for Old Men in 10 years. So, temper expectations. He's not on the list. The OST is in the top right corner, and it's in Japanese, so that might not help you. But it's always in the top right corner. It's from Trails in the Sky. I forget which city this is. This is, I forget which one. Ida, for sure, to me, is an antagonist, but a sympathetic one. We were. The rest of them I don't really consider it, or either I don't consider them antagonists, or I do enough. I do, but they don't make the list, so I don't have to think about it most. Bose? Okay, yeah. Chigurh in the top 10? Yeah, that's exactly what I said. Yeah, music's always in the top right. If it's not in the top right, it's because I forgot. Be sure to remind me, because I just forgot to put it up. Number 117. Yeah, we're gonna have to probably do 3 streams of antagonists. That's fine. 117, a character. I'm curious what antagonist is a spelling error. You'll see. What software is it? It's OBS, but it's part of iTunes. Or Apple Music. Number 117 is a character who I think low-key isn't even really there, but low-key gets quite elevated at the end of his series. Mahito, Jujutsu Kaisen, it's a -11, but really, honestly, it's not much of a minus. You know what? You know what? He's actually higher than this. He's actually higher. So, forgive me. I've realized right now that he is actually higher than this. He's 115. So he's actually -9. I really, 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 really love Mahito. I think he's elevated a ton by the anime, by the incredible voice work and presentation, by literally just the OP, honestly. Just the special OP. Light Yagami, check the VODs for last week for the protagonist list. Light is a protagonist, not an antagonist. One of the best dynamics in the series with Yuji, the sort of contradictory, paradoxical nature of his attitudes towards humanity are so rich and interesting to me. How he works as a sort of thesis and antithesis for all that he represents, because he is inherently a paradox due to the nature of his creation. And right at the end, how pitiable and pathetic he is, and what that says about what the series, how the series delves into humanity. And he has two ends, basically, and both of them are very, very pitiable. He is the mirror. He really is. I am you. He is this distorted mirror, this disgusting mirror, that is a representation of all that he hates through his very nature. It's honestly ingenious. Mahito is incredible. And he really does get rejected by, his contemporaries. Oh, I didn't even know there was a JJK novel. Damn. Interesting. I gotta tap in, Quicksilver. Let me just get, yeah, there we go. So he is ahead of these two, which I literally decided on the spot. There are two novels I didn't even know. Takumi Somea, I think a bit of a drop, probably just a rejigging of the characters and the way I think about some of them and all that sort of thing, but he's very high in my Yakuza ranking regardless, still adore him, still love how he opposes Kiryu and how he is essentially trapped in kind of a making of his own, but also due to unfortunate circumstance, and the way he antithesis, particularly through the lack of tattoo, is one of the coolest uses of the tattoo motif or symbol throughout the entire series. It is so goddamn good. Horrible person, very layered, lots of subtext there as well that I think is really fun to sort of dive into. And all around just a great example of the transitioning ages of the Yakuza and how difficult it is to truly step out of the shadow of someone like Kiryu. Him and Jungi are both great examples of that, but I think he's definitely a better character than Jungi. Yes, Kev, yes, exactly. I know, right? It's incredible. Speaking of the tattoo motif, it's cool to me that Ichiban's first shirt rip tattoo reveal in Infinite Wealth is just him helping a random woman who lost her scarf. I know. It's so ground level. It's so ground level. Okay, we're going to do a bet between 111 and 112. So we'll have a couple, and then we'll do another bet. And then Ganondorf. I feel like he's a really great display of perseverance. He's kind of built like Kuze, but to an even greater degree, because he does it across like time and reincarnation, and he is just this force of nature, never say die storm that consistently meets Link, consistently tries to wield power in an antithesis way that is honestly a weird way of inspiring, like a kind of weird subset of inspiring. That I've just kind of come to terms with the past year or so, that he does have a little bit of more of a ceiling than I thought, personally, compared to other characters that I think make me think a bit more. But he's deceptively deep. He does so many things. He's great, particularly through his thematic weight in Twilight Princess, his human characterization in Wind Waker, and just how larger than life and legendary he is in Ocarina of Time. Yuha? Yuha might be on the list. How do I feel about Wind Waker Dwarf? I really like him. The most interesting characterization by far, I think, for me. You think Yuha's tomorrow? Interesting. He's a fantastic force of nature. If I had... Sorry. Where was it? If I had a Yakuza tattoo, what would it be of? I would have to look up symbolism. But without any context. Like a salmon? Or something? I don't know. Like, I wanted to do a koi, but that's Nishiki. So, like, a salmon. Oh, Sam was saying what you said about Ganondorf is Yuha. Ganondorf is similar to Yuha in a lot of ways. Is he done better or worse than Yuha? Or which do I prefer one over the other? I don't know. But no, yeah. I think what I said can be applied to Yuha for sure. I think I like Dorf being the ultimate example of the adult thematics in Majora's Mask, the dangers which power can cause and how not to use power. Right, he's a cool subset of what we see through the, what's the mask called? The Fierce Deity? I think a lot of what Link feels about the Fierce Deity is reflective of Ganondorf. Top 5 Yakuza tattoo designs? Kiryu's, Nishiki's, Majima's, Shishido, and Ichiban. Thank you, youngest big boy, for the 17 months with Prime. It's been a while since I last watched, but I always have to come back for the top 100 streams. Welcome in. Have you seen Severance? I'd really like to hear your thoughts on it. I have. I don't know if you follow me on Twitter, but I've posted thoughts this year about Season 1 and Season 2 in my media thread. So you can check that out if you'd like. The TLDR is, I think it's a very good show. It's not a favorite of mine, but I think it's fantastically presented with really cool ideas, and it's very terrifying in a compliment. That's a compliment. He's afraid of that power. He sees Ganondorf start to materialize in himself. I really like that idea. Ryuji's is amazing, Simba. I was thinking about Ebina too. Ebina's is incredibly rich. But the tandem of Kiryu, Nishiki, and Ichiban, I can't not put them there. And I love Shishido's. I love Majima's. Yeah, I love that idea that Andres brings forth about seeing what he despises and what he fights against in himself. And fearing that. Probably slightly less good, Trish. Thank you for the 17 months with Prime again. Number 114. Wait. Okay, yeah. Oh, these are, I have to get rid of these. There we go. Then we get 114. Peter Baelish, Littlefinger. A Song of Ice and Fire. We actually talked a lot about him last week. It's cool that we live in a world where characters like Masami, Joe, and Yamai just don't get their tattoos revealed. Yeah, me too. I like that they don't feel pressured to have to show that. That one quote carries so hard. Which one, Salix? That's what I was thinking. I was thinking it was Chaos as a ladder. Rip? Not at all, Dave. I don't know if you were here early on, but what I said early on is 20 to 25 drops don't mean nothing. Don't mean nothing in this list. I don't know. I've talked about Littlefinger so much throughout the years. I feel like I don't have much else to say. He's great. He's fantastic. I love his scheming. I love his dynamic with Varys. I do prefer Varys as a character, but I think Littlefinger is really cool, and I love how his characterization manifests in this incredibly high-tier schemer, but the reason for which it manifests is incredibly human and base and almost kind of childish, kind of immature. And I really love that. I love that. I love what it says about the highest players in politics and the core of where their motives come from. It makes me think about how in Twilight Princess the hero of time was content to barely pass on his legacy, while with Ganondorf it has to be himself. That's in Twilight Princess. Ganondorf is low-key so interesting. He is just a contrast to everything. The thematics, the tone, the hero of time, Zant, he just punches everything in the face. Has Sukuna been mentioned? Sukuna has not been mentioned. And if you look at last year's list, Sukuna was... Where was he? 51. He was 51. It's like he defies his own fate and seeks power beyond how much it should exist within the cycle, and ironically embodying power even more because of that. One gigantic win from the show early on is giving us more Varys and Littlefinger scenes. True. Just the fact that they are two high-level schemers playing chess with the entire story feeds me. Their scenes, I could eat them up. I love that shit. Someone mentioned a question about Breath of the Wild and Twilight Princess. Sorry, Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom or something with Ganondorf. Feel free to repeat it, because I meant to answer it, and I don't remember who said it, but I think I just missed it. Will there be 3 Antagonist ranking streams? That was the plan. That's what I put in the Discord. I don't know for sure, but it's looking like it, because we're only on 114, and we're 3 hours in. Oh, yeah, I think that was you, Simba. How do I like the presentation of Breath of the Wild Ganon? I think he's great. And I love the poison associated with him. The sort of vitriol, the sort of festering infection. I love it. It's peak force of nature representation, I think. Okay. I thought this was a bet. It's not quite a bet yet. But to me, one of the most melancholic... Let's change the music. One of the most melancholic characters in their series. One that never fails to make me... wistfully, look out a window. you know? One that never fails to make me incredibly sad, and just always hits hard. Is it who I think it is? Cousin? Suki? Interesting. The answer is Rosine from Berserk. The Lost Children arc is a masterpiece, and Rosine and her story and how it dovetails with Peek Off the Outcast, and with all the thematic messages we get from Guts about what it means to truly have to live in this world, and how she avoided all of that, and how she just finds herself sinking to the ground, thinking about her parents, and how she should have tried to live. It's so hard-hitting to me. It's so efficient. And Rosine's never going to be like a top 5 character in Berserk to me, but she is always going to be one of the most memorable and one of the ones that really capture my imagination and my heart and make me very, very emotional. Damn, I didn't know there were people who hadn't... I thought Chill had passed it by now. I didn't know there would be Berserk spoilers, but fair enough. Oh yeah, Andres, in my experience, Rosine resonates so much on reread. Lost Children is so good. Just past the first arc, I see. Okay, I see. It's a slow burn. I got it. Rosine is incredible. Rosine is incredible. I kind of talk about her in my video, which might be my favorite video that I've done about Berserk, which is Guts the Outcast. Miura hits something so incredible with the Lost Children arc, with Rosine, with Guts, with Peek Off. Yeah, it's just so good. Lost Children feels like a fable itself, you know? Don't worry, Chill. Peak takes time. Also, what Rosine says about apostles... Oh, Chill can't even hear me. About apostles and giving in to sacrificing your humanity because she doesn't allow humanity to atone. She just has her wish of living in a fairy tale granted. Let me read that again. Rosine says about apostles and giving in to sacrificing your humanity because she doesn't allow humanity to atone. She just has her wish of living in a fairy tale granted. I don't quite... I think that's going over my head a little bit. But Rosine Peak. It's this very twisted, incredibly twisted mirror of children's tales. Okay. Number 111 and 112 is between... This one's pretty fun. This one's very fun, actually. Oh no, not this song. What is the first name here? Shukuro Tsukishima, Bleach. One of the most special characters through our read of Bleach. Or Morena Pruzo, Hunter Hunter. Now, in case anyone isn't aware, Morena was an honorable mention. Last year, honorable mention. So that is a hell of a jump. Let me just get this ready. So, Shukuro Tsukishima or Morena Prudo. Morena has been elevated so much for me in the latest batch of Hunter x Hunter. I did a video about her. She's been humanized. I think she's had these sad layers of what could have been added to her. I think her motives have been expanded upon. I think all around, all the promise that I felt about her and what I wanted her to become, she is becoming. And she is slowly becoming one of the better characters in the entire series and all that I wanted for her. She's beautifully presented. She has great dynamics everywhere. She's derivative of characters like Crollo, or Seti or Gyro, but totally her own thing at the same time. And I'm so interested to see exactly where she'll go in the story. Tsukishima is straight up one of the most emotional characters in Bleach to me. And there is specifically one chapter that nailed home how desperately sad I find him, how unbelievably sad I think he is, and how there is nonetheless a glimmer of hope and light through the connections he formed regardless, with Ginjo, with our boy Tsushigawara, and that line, "You never taught me how to live without you." I might be paraphrasing a bit, but you know what I mean. I can't get over how desperately sad that makes me. So desperately sad. I can't think about that without just thinking of all those Fullbring streams, guys. Those Fullbring streams were so special. Did I set the bet? Did I do it? I don't even know if I did. No, I don't think I did. Okay. Which character is higher? Morena or Tsukishima? Sorry, I've been just yapping. Prediction started. You never taught me what to do when you died. You taught me how to live, you taught me how to fight, whatever it was he said. Oh god, that is one of the best quotes in all of Bleach. And he gives him his story back. They both know my weakness, yep. The first time I shed it to your reading Bleach, it's one of the first time for me. Most interesting thing to me with Morena is it's very hard to tell which way she'll go, but every path is equally compelling. I totally agree. I totally agree. Like, what's she gonna do with, is she gonna go through an ascent? Is she gonna go kind of Kurapika-esque direction? Is she gonna just burn? Is she just gonna burn to the ground and burn everything? Is her conviction truly unbending? Borkson is a huge element there. I now have 0 waffles? Oh boy, chill. Okay, let's see. All in on Tsukishima. Oh boy, let's see. This is such a great one. They're neck and neck for me too, so I can't decide on which I like more. Yeah, it's a really good one. It's a really good one. Okay. What do we got? 61% say Tsukishima, 39% say Morena. The answer is Morena. By the tiniest hair, it is Morena. Congratulations, 39% of you. The minority's winning a lot of these. It's close. Like, they aren't super lopsided, but... Congrats. Congrats. I know, Andres. Yuri does win. Yuri does win. AG does hate Bleach. She hates it. I thought you were going to put Morena lower because she still has potential to grow. The thing is, she does. She absolutely does. And yet she's still this high. She's still this high for me, nonetheless. That's how much I love her. I think she's so good. I'm so pleased with how it's going. AJ talking about AJ in third person. Did I? Oh, I was reading comments. I see. I'm a bit surprised you have Seti above Morena. Who says I do? Who says I do? Maybe I don't. We'll see. Number 10. This would have been a really cool bet, too. Oh, God, we have some great ones coming up. Okay, we're going to do a bet really quickly again. I'll show you number 110, but we're going to do a bet right after that. I love you, AJ. I appreciate it. Thank you. That's very tough. Welcome in. I did say he does, yeah. She is aura farming, yep. Okay, so number 110. This would have been a cool bet with Morena. Is Montutu Yuppie. Just about higher than her. Fully fleshed out, I think because he's comprehensive, and we've seen his story, and it hits as hard as it does, and it's amazing, and it coalesces with all the themes of Chimera Ant, the dynamic with Knuckle, the dynamic with the rest of the Royal Guards, what he represents, how he humanizes in the arc. It's all phenomenal, and the hidden subtext about how he is created from magical beasts purely, and what that says about the nature of the soul, as backed up through Koala later on in the series, it gets very metaphysical in that way. Love Yuppie, adore him, just a bit better than Morena. Thank you, Dave. I did talk about that metaphysical element to Yuppie in the video that Dave's linked there. Oh no, Potato Mari, I'm sorry. Oh, we're done by now. We're basically done, Strange. Add this to my plan to watch My Girlfriend's Child. You got it? Just send me a DM, Chill, and I'll remember to put it on my anime list. Yuppie has some really interesting parallels with Gon that I haven't thought about until the last 2 or 3 years or so. Yuppie has one of my favorite arcs and lines, which is just learning what frustration and rage feels like. And the way you can... it's so good. The little moments, like where he goes, okay, get me more angry, okay, because he knows how to wield anger. And the little nuances with his maturity and how he comes to understand himself through that. Dave. I need to go all in on a low probability bet so I can get enough money to bribe AJ to put Baki on his to-read list. I'll put it on the to-read. If no problem if you can do that, Mel. Will I read it? Probably not, but I'll put it on the to-read. It'll be on the radar. Okay. Another quick-fire bet, because this one is fun. This one's fun. So there's been a bit of a change with certain things. Can I use the redeem to take Baki off? God damn. I don't know about that one. If you want to just make Mel crumble into cinders. Okay, so the next bet is... Love or hate Sir Raymond LeBron James. Is LeBron's name Raymond? Oh, it is! I learned something today. Sir LeBron Raymond James Sr. Didn't know that. Love or hate him? I like LeBron. I like LeBron. Maybe I love him. I'm a fan of LeBron. Okay. This one is lots of fun. So we have a change. You may have noticed that a certain character is not in the honorable mentions any longer. Because I have, in recent times, in the past couple of weeks, Hannah, not sure if you're still in chat, but with Hannah, re-experienced something that has made me realize that I love certain things. I love two characters more or less equally. I'm always here. Perfect. So, we now have Momochi Zabuza and Haku in one spot. They carry the same spot in my heart. They are more or less the same. I attributed most of my love to Zabuza, who I do think is a better character than Haku slightly, but they more or less take up the same place in my heart and my mind, so I put them together. Okay? Zabuza and Haku from Naruto. Or, oh boy, Kaname Tosen, one of the most underrated characters in my experience in Bleach. A new addition. Quite a strong new addition. They're very close to me. Does Raph asks, does Can't Fear Your Own World factor in at all? Yeah, it does. It does. Can't Fear Your Own World's recency bias or Naruto Watch recency bias? The battle of the biases. It would have been fun if you had a One Piece character above that so we could have done a big 3-bet. It would have. It would have. Just had to check really quick. So you're saying they're not One Piece? The one above them is not One Piece, no. How far into Can't Fear Your Own World are you? 160-something pages into the first book. I'm 2/3 done. Okay, so let's do the vote. Excuse me. Which character's higher? Zabuza and Haku or Tosen, who has still to this day, Zabuza and Haku are the quintessential first arc, peak shonen, not just shonen, anything, like first arc antagonists. They tell you so much about Naruto's world. They divulge so many details that you can then apply to our characters. They're emotional. They connect with you in the anime and the manga incredibly well. They have a relationship that endures as one of the most special in the entire series, the entire run through to me. They're so good, and I believe at the end of the first arc, I think Zabuza was my favorite character. I think. I could be wrong, but looking back on it, I think he's the most well-written after the first arc. It's really close, but I think he is, to me. Oh god. And Tosen, my god, Tosen is one of the best examples in Bleach of long-term payoff, really efficient details, and the way in which it all comes together and we understand the character he is and the sort of blasphemous excuse of what he stood for that he ended up being is so pitiable, and the effect it has on Komamura and Hisagi and how he ends up being able to see but doesn't actually see because he's lost sight of himself. It's so good. It's so unreal. I can't get over it. I will always be a Tosen homer. I love him. I will defend him. I don't even know if he needs defense, but I will always talk about him as one of the better characters in the series. Okay, Let's do the bet. Starting now. Komamura and Bambi, yup. And Tosen gets elevated later on through that and through what Komamura ends up doing hypocritically. But this is fun. I love big 3-1s. 157 on Zabuza and Haku? I hope that's not everything. $20K on one of my favorite duos in fiction? Oh, I'm at 0 now? Oh boy. Oh boy. Zabuza and Haku had such a strong impact. It's felt at the very end of the story still. I think about them all the time, and they make me incredibly emotional. If I were to compare my spots in my rankings, I'd have Tosen higher in my Bleach rankings than Zabuza and Haku in my Naruto one, but with them being on the list together, I gotta choose them. They are so unbelievably special. I can't believe what Kishimoto was able to put together with the both of them so quickly. The Haku dynamic with Naruto, the Zabuza dynamic with Kakashi, both of them together. And just how Zabuza uses this facade of, I'm using you as a tool, as a framework to then express his true love for Haku. It's so twisted and it's so messed up, but it's so beautiful. Poll closed? Poll closed indeed. Poll closed indeed. Let's see what we got. 67% say Zabuza and Haku, 33% say Tosen. Will the minority win again this time? AJ, I don't like comparing the big three. There's too much tribalism involved. Also, AJ, I love the big three bets. With characters, it's fine. With characters, it's fine. Because, spoiler alert, there's going to be more Naruto, there's going to be more Bleach, there's going to be more One Piece on the list. Spoiler alert, there's going to be all three, and let's say Naruto loses this one, there'll be another chance later. You know? There's always another chance. So I feel fine with it, and I think it's fun. With characters, it's fine. Has Kanjudo not shown up yet? Kanjudo is an honorable mention. Okay, the answer is... Please, Mel, please. I beg. I beg. No, I know you're joking, Kev, but it is interesting. It is interesting. With this beautiful Super Mario Sunshine poppy beat in the back, with these deeply emotional, dark characters, the answer is... Zabuza and Haku. Really strong showing for the first time round for Kaname Tosen in the top 100. That's a really strong placing. But the emotions hit just a bit more. Congrats, 67%. Next one is a One Piece character. My favorite One Piece character, Terrence Fletcher from Whiplash. He's a mainstay on the list. He has been for years. Maybe, Kath, maybe. Would Tosen potentially be above them if Zabuza and Haku didn't? I'm not going to read that out loud, Claire, just because of Naruto spoilers. Hannah, don't look at chat right now, just in case. But I don't know. It's hard to compare hypothetical situations about how I'd feel, because I haven't experienced the hypothetical world where that didn't happen. But since it's so close, I would imagine that Tosen would probably be higher. I'd imagine probably. Has Voldemort been mentioned? No. Voldemort is not a great antagonist, but I think he's a good one. Rated character dynamic, Terrence Fletcher and Luffy, Triple S. Yeah, I love Fletcher. I think he's... the epitome of what Whiplash is embodied in him. The darkness of what it takes to get to greatness, the sacrifices of greatness, the emotions that sometimes show themselves but sometimes have to be buried, or that are very difficult to interpret as genuine because of the way in which someone will carry out their life and blaze their path to the top. Phenomenally acted by J.K. Simmons. Just an all-around amazing character. Congrats, Ray. Yeah, there's little details all over the place with Fletcher. Do I think it's J.K. Simmons' best role? I think so. I'm trying to think of what would compare. J.K. Simmons is in Korra, right? Yeah, I don't think anything really is up to that standard. Tenzin, yeah. Baldur's Gate, he's really good in Baldur's Gate, but I think Fletcher's better. Tenzin would probably be higher than his Baldur's Gate role by a bit. His own past, yeah. The abstractions you can make about his own past. No one did. I'm surprised no one mentioned Spider-Man. Do I consider Snape an antagonist? It's a tough one. Not really. It's a weird one. I haven't up till now. And I haven't put him on the list. It's a one that could go either way for me. Oh, yeah. J.K. Simmons gets talked about a lot with that, Andres, but he's nearly as good to me. Okay, sorry. Okay. Do I consider Almo from 1000X Resist an Antag or Protag? Antag. Do I think Fletcher took the folder or that it was just lost? I go back and forth. Get back to me when I rewatch Whiplash. Number 106 is the last character in this tier, I believe. Yup. And we've talked about him a lot, actually. We talked about him a lot last week. Tywin Lannister. From the show as well, because I think he's elevated in the show through Charles Dance. I like how versatile Jay Jonah is. He can be an asshole with principles or straight up Alex Jones stand-in. He really can. He's really, really good. What about Tsunade? Sorry, guys. Sometimes you have to contextualize your questions. If you just say a character with a character name with a question mark, I don't really know what you're aiming at. So you have to help me out a little bit. Character? Tywin Lannister, incredibly elevated in the shows to me, with awesome dynamics all over the place, but particularly with Tyrion. And I've actually been thinking a lot about Tywin and Ned. I think Tywin and Ned have a really interesting, if you compare the two and the way you look at their fatherhood and contrast, I think there's a lot there. I think it's really rich. Oh, the 106 joke, if I remember? Oh. I have forgotten, Torgilia. I'm sorry. It's a Naruto joke? I must have missed it. But he's fantastic. And one of the better characters in Game of Thrones? Probably in my top 15 or so. Hello, Amma. Tywin Rhaegar. Interesting. I gotta think about that one. Have I heard the theory that Tywin is the reason there is the tunnel between the Tower of the Hand and the brothel? I have not, but that's cool. That's really cool. I gotta reread A Song of Ice and Fire. George R. R. Martin, the moment I hear of a release date, that shit is getting read immediately. The toxic masculinity and facade he projects, only for it to be just that, a facade. The hint that he built the tunnel to the brothel speaks to his hypocrisy. I love that shit! That is such a cool idea. Oh my god. Can I raise him? That connects a lot of things to do with his character to me. I want to raise him just for that little detail. Hey, Mixed Toast. It's going very well. Gushing about peak fiction always goes beautifully. Hypocrisy is like half the reason he hates Tyrion. That enriches so much about him. He was just a man running from himself and tied everyone else up in his dance to avoid looking at himself. Ah! What the hell? Why'd you pull this on me? Okay, you know what? He's 105? Maybe higher. No, he's higher. Oh god. That is so good. You know what? This is knee-jerk, this is reactionary, but I really think this links a lot of things with his character in a way that literally live, I am having to redo my top 100. Just doing some quick maths. Where was he before? He was 93. Okay. We're doing it live. Okay. Suppose this answers my question from last stream about how do characters rise after we're done with the story. Yeah. Well, I did answer you, right? I think I answered you. There were a lot of methods. This is one of them. Okay. Bear with me, bear with me. This is what happens when chat cooks. Okay. Okay, he's in his proper spot. Next on the list, Asgore from Undertale. Asgore from Undertale. Asgore has the distinction of having one of my favorite examples in anything. Oh, he's gone. He's gone, Tom. In anything, in any game of gameplay story integration, the moment he destroys the mercy button, my mind exploded with so much subtextual characterization you can get from that. The pure amount of self-hatred and just the lament at him being forced to do this. It's so cool. It's so goddamn awesome. And he's just outside of that, someone with such a good heart, there's a bit of a Ned Stark to him. He's a bleeding heart, and I really have an affinity to characters in fiction that are just bleeding hearts that are very sweet people who ultimately have to do bad things or things that they're against, or they suffer because of it for the sake of some grander goal, or just sweet people in general. Like, I love Asahi Haikyuu because he's just such a sweetheart, you know? Asgore or Asgoat, I guess we'll see. They anti-Aurafarb him? They do! They really do. In Deltarune, too. Well, kind of. Claire said something interesting about Tywin that I wanted to read. I think Tywin gets glazed too much sometimes as this ultimate real politiker when he made just as many stupid or naive mistakes as the good guys. I think so too. And the humanity shown through what we were talking about really elevates him, man. That's really cool. Trish is going to delete that. Thank you, Rose. He's one of the best characters in Undertale. I think my fourth or fifth favorite? Fourth favorite? Hello, Moonless. Welcome in. I see, Trish. Okay. Spoilers? Can we get a quick scroll down to catch up with the previous ones? You can check in the VOD, Mixed Toast. I mean, I can go this far. That's about as far as I'm going to go, though. We went through them over the past 3 hours, 40 minutes. So if you want to see previous entries, it's all in the VOD. Next in the list is... Alert, spoilers for a new series... Or sorry, not a new series. A new character on the list, and a series entitled... A little-known series called Danganronpa. Specifically, Danganronpa V3. Spoilers, spoilers, spoilers. Danganronpa V3, spoiler alert, by Hannah. By anyone who doesn't want spoilers. I don't even know how much I'll talk about in specifics this character, but they're here. Kokichi Oma Danganronpa V3. Andres, I'll touch back with your message when I'm done just generalizing over Kokichi. I thought you didn't consider him an antagonist in the past, or am I wrong? You are correct, Soul Samurai. I have since then thought about his role and went, you know what? I love loving characters. I love showing my love for characters across many series. Kokichi, I can rationalize him as an antagonist enough for this list. Do I consider Komeda an antagonist? I do not. Him, I do not. He's like an Ichibei. He's like beyond the story to me. You know what I mean? I can Kokichi, Andres. To me, he is the second best character in the series, and honestly, what's funny is that in terms of specifics, I've actually forgotten a lot about him. He's kind of, I'm waiting for Hannah to play through Danganronpa V3 to properly be reminded of all the beauty and intricacies of him, and what I find so engaging about him. This spot in the list is purely based on the feelings, general feelings I have towards him, certain scenes I remember, certain dynamics I really love, and his overall presence. But in terms of specifics, this one's funny because I couldn't really bring many to the fore about what I love about him. But he's just awesome. He just imbues these feelings that I really like, and I've been away from V3 for 6 years that I've forgotten a lot, so I can't wait to revisit him. But he's right here.
Geek Fiction, Kino.
If Kokichi's your second favorite, who's your favorite? Nagito. Nagito. About Undertale. The Toriel and Asgore dynamic is interesting too, with how, like, they make fun of their old relationship, but Toby's very adamant on how irreparable his sins are to Toriel, how much he despises cowardice. It's cool how he places himself in these shackles because of his cowardice too. Right. It's interesting because they're kind of in a twisted way on the same page with regards to that, and they view it the same way. Like, there's no lack of communication there, yet it is irreparable. It's cool. I really like that. That's the thing, though. He is my second favorite, but that could change as I rewatch V3. That could change. Sorry, Chill. I know, Rose. Thank you for the 100 bits, Chill. To expand upon my mention of Tywin and Rhaegar, I think they both lose track of reality through their own mental strains and traumas, but that manifests in very different ways. Rhaegar obsesses with dreams and prophecy, and in doing so fails to recognize so much of his situation. Tywin loses track of reality through his fear of humiliation, which he incurs from his relationship with his father, and he gets caught up in projections and facades that blind him to the love he could give Tyrion, and the other kids, I assume. Cool. Thank you, Chill. That's a really cool way to compare them. And they're so different, right? Rhaegar's so elegant and beautiful. Tywin's so, I was gonna say the worst thing I could have said about him. Holy shit. Oh god, I gotta say it. I was gonna say, Rhaegar's so elegant and regal and poetic of a person, right? So beautiful. I was going to say, Tywin's so hard. Tywin is so authoritative and rough. Militant, yes. Strict, yes. They're very different, but they have very similar cores of the reason that that is partly their downfall. Anyways. Hard as Jozu, true. Have you guys heard of a series called Trails? Have you heard of a series called Trails in the Sky? Through Daybreak, From Zero, to Azure, Cold Steel, Reverie. If you have not played Trails, in the Sky 1 and 2, do not listen. Another thing that factors into Tywin's weird complexes is his penchant for using yes. Especially considering that especially considering that theory about the brothel tunnel. I know what it's time for. You do indeed. 1 second. Thank you, Anarchic. Thank you so much for the 17 months with Prime. Thank you very, very much. Hope you're having a good day. I am, because I get to talk about Luve from the Trail series. Absolutely unbelievable antagonist, unbelievable character, one of the most emotional in the entire series, who only gets better, I think, when the more you reflect on where he came from, what his motives actually were, what his goals were, why he enacted his plan on the world in the way he did, his relationship with Joshua, just generally the way he tested the world due to his trauma and the way he faced up to it. He is one of the most beautifully crafted characters in Trails. To this day, he is one of the most exceptionally written and presented, I think. Beautiful voice work, unbelievable voice work. Just an all-around incredibly emotional character with part of one of the best dynamics in the series, and one of my favorite in Trails. The way he stays so relevant and important in later games, yes. The series and how it plays, the way the series plays on its legacy and is self-referential, he benefits a lot from that. I can't wait to see him in the remake too. Hey, Necessia, just in time? We're still going. He wasn't a high favorite for me upon finishing, but the more the game passes and seeing the legacy he left behind with the cherry on top being that one side quest, yes. He gets elevated more the more you play, I think. But I think, even when I finish it, I really loved him. I think he's my third favorite from the Trails... No, he's not. Never mind. Kevin exists. He's, I think... fifth favorite? Fifth or sixth favorite from the Trails trilogy. Top 5 in Sky? I think he's top 5. Kevin, Estelle, Joshua, Ren. And Olivier is ahead of him, but not because of not because of the Sky, you know? I'm so glad you love him so much, Rose, by the way. Not this song. At this point, I just have to concede and say that Trails has my favorite OST of games I haven't played. And maybe when I do play, it'll be high too. I think it will. Honestly, Trish, Trails' OSTs are so incredible. I think it will. Yeah, I think it will. I'm curious about which song it is, though, yeah. Number 103, Officer Heinrich Lunge. An essential element of Monster's plot. One of the first characters I've ever done a character analysis of to show how special he is. Monster has such a stacked cast that I don't know exactly where he ends up. Maybe... Damn, my Vagabond shirt was just chilling in the back there the whole time. Maybe, let's see. Who's definitely ahead of him? Maybe he's 6th or 7th? Either way, he is so incredibly fun. Yeah, fun through the way he tails Tenma and just locks in on Tenma. But ultimately, the way in which he comes to understand the truth and believe in the truth and accept it, and in his own way apologize and sort of atone, is incredibly moving, and his dynamic with Grimmer right at the end is so fantastic. I love Lunge. You're such a Lunge shill? As you should be. I think Johann, Grimmer, Tenma, Anna, and Ava are all ahead of him. And it's very close between Anna and Ava as well. Welcome back, Hannah. I am a Japanese man. It is. The I'm sorry moment in Monster is one of my favorite in the whole series. Why is Lunge an antagonist? He spends the majority of his screen time literally trying to wrongly send the protagonist to jail. I think that classifies him as an antag. Welcome in, Johnny. He isn't really, in my opinion, the central antagonist. I agree with that. That doesn't mean he isn't an unantagonist. Like, sure, I think everyone who watches Monster should understand why I say he's an antag. Even if he isn't Johann. Number 102, Betsun, maybe? Ooh. Okay. Okay. Do you guys want to do a three-way? A three-way bet? Not yet, but soon. Me needing that bathroom, but then hearing Betsun? It's not going to be... You can go to the bathroom, Hannah. You can go to the bathroom. No, sorry, guys. Sorry. Phrasing, I'm sorry. We'll do a three-way between 97, 98, and 99. Okay? I don't know where we're going to end the list today. It might be soon. I already have a clip of this. Anyways, 102, Satori Tendo. Tendo has my heart. Tendo has my soul. Tendo is one of my favorite examples throughout all of Haikyuu of volleyball being an escape and a respite from the trials of everyday life. It's kind of similar to Hitogami. I think he's one of the darker characters in terms of how awful his life is and what volleyball gave to him. Now, Hitogami's kind of the opposite of that. But in terms of the subject matter and what they went through, Tendo goes through such immense struggles and finds a place for himself and finds a way to empower himself through the connections he makes on the court. Even if not everyone understands him, even if people are repulsed by him in certain ways or don't understand him. I just said understand twice, sorry. All that matters is he's able to express himself, and he finds a place on the court that Washijo allows him to have, that his teammates allow him to have, to be who he is, unapologetically, and to give him confidence to go through life. And I think there's such an emotional core to him that is really not explored on an outward level, but the more you think about Tendo, I think the more special and emotional he is. Farewell, my paradise, one of the best lines in anything. And yeah, he's great with Ushijima. Is the list anime and manga exclusive? No, every single fiction. So like the, oh no, it doesn't say in the title. But I'll put it in the title. It's all of fiction. Every single fictional work I've experienced. Ah, I see, Trish. That's a great one. Tendo's special. Tendo's very special. It does say Terida in the tags. It really does. Next is a horribly unlikable character. Is Terida in the list? Not yet. Is he in the top 100? Mayhaps. Terida. Oops. Takumi Ichinose from Nana. Pretty definitively my third favorite character in the series. And such a... It's so interesting to explore the series and go through a journey with him, and from moment to moment be like, God, this guy's the worst. But what the hell? Why is that really, really sweet of him to do? Oh God, this guy's the worst. Holy shit, he's the worst. But wait. And then to get the hints of his upbringing and the stuff he says about how he knows what it's like to grow up with it, that he's the result of what it means to grow up without a father or without a proper father. I know, Andres, it's crazy. He is so deplorable. He is so villainous in so many ways and so manipulative and so oppressive, but then at the same time, there's so many human nuances to him that make you really wonder and think about how damaged he is, and I think there are sympathetic moments with him. But he's also so deplorable. Oh God, he's so prideful. He lords over others. He objectifies in a horrific way a lot of the time, but at the same time shows immense care. He's so bizarrely inconsistent and paradoxical, but in such a human way that is so earned, I think. He's fantastic. He's the most compelling and realistic depiction of abuse I've ever seen in fiction. The push and pull of kindness and just the most gross abuse strings the audience along the same way it does Hachi. Right, and I think he surprises even himself with some of the ways he does it. And then also, I think there are moments where I really don't think he is... I think he genuinely is trying to be a good father, a good partner, but it gets overpowered by so many other elements to him. And I think that's part of why he's one of the most realistic depictions of it. Shoujo Griffith. So true. It's kind of sounding like Rosa. That's interesting. He's like a character in Slow Damage? Maybe I should stream Slow Damage. Maybe not. He's very like Griffith. I think he's very like Griffith. I think on a fundamental level, I think there are elements of him that doesn't understand himself. Like, I think there are parts of him that really can't reconcile paradoxical, conflicting elements of his psyche, and I think that confuses and scares him, which is very Griffith. That's amazing, Mel. That's amazing. The fact that he's the only person in the story to actually clock the way Osaki and Hachi feel about each other. He really cuts through some of the bullshit, doesn't he? Oh, ping pong. God, it's so good. I was wondering about that. I think Ren might have as well. I do think Ren does. And I think that's part of the tragedy of Ren's character. Is that he absolutely sees it. That's part of why I think Ren is so tragic. Anyways, Nana's great. Oh, what a great question. Top 5 Nana dynamics? Okay, Hachi and Nana. Takumi and Hachi. Ren and Nana. Yasu and Nana. And God, this one, it's close between Nobu and Nana and Shin and Reira. I think Shin and Reira is probably 5th. That one is so fucked up. It is so fucked. Am I a Reira Takumi seer? I am. I love them too. Yeah, Yasu and Nana is... Oh, God. They tear your heart out with that one. He clocks that they're gay and in love. But I think both of them absolutely do, Claire, yeah. I wonder if this is the year... excuse me. Washijo surpasses Oikawa and becomes my top 1 Haikyuu Antag. Where were they last year? Washijo was 10. Oikawa was 8. It's really close. It's really close. Shin makes me so sad. Shin makes me so sad. I always skip Reira Shin scenes. I totally get it. I totally get it. It's so upsetting. The true Haikyuu top 2 is Hinata and Washijo. That is my belief. For me, or just in general? We are now properly in the top 100. I can change the title. Top 100. And number 100 is, speaking of Haikyuu, one of the most underrated characters, I think, in Haikyuu. The objective Haikyuu top 2. I see. A Haikyuu top 2 without Kageyama in it is interesting. Don't know if I agree, but I very much respect it. You know that I would be the first to respect a Washijo in the top 2 take. Washijo, Oikawa, Hoshiyumi, Ushijima, and Atsumo are my top 5. Whoa! No Hinata or Kageyama. That's really cool. Oh, Antags. Okay. Okay, gotcha, Fiji. I'm like, damn. That is crazy. Speaking of Antags in Haikyuu, still to this day, I think one of the most underrated. I do think Atsumu is a better character than Osamu, but I don't think it's by as much as people say. Like, I think that people think of Osamu and treat him very often like a side character that really doesn't have much impact on the thematics or messages or any of that, when I think he has nearly as much impact on the story. And is all around absolutely fantastic. Osamu is around top 15 or top 20-ish for me in Haikyuu. I absolutely adore him, and he is... I made a video of him as well. He is the core of, I think... the turning point, the biggest turning point in the series for Hinata, or at least one of them, Osamu is the commentary for it, which I think is so important with regards to hunger in the series. Hunger as a theme, life in general, the different directions we go in, and seeing what a true monster is when it comes to volleyball. Osamu was able to look at Hinata and see, no, that guy, he looks at volleyball the way I look at food, and I just am not built that way. I just am not. And that's okay. There's something really profound about that. Kev, I definitely recommend reading the Inadizaki match. It's not awful in the anime, but it definitely isn't anywhere near as close to as dynamic as it should be. True, Trish. Very true. I think it's funny thinking now that him thinking of eating good grub, he was the actual literal... Yeah, about passion for food, yeah. It's really interesting. Would I recommend watching anime or reading manga for the first time? Either one. But once you get to the end of Season 4, Core 1, if you start with the anime, switch to the manga. I think the anime for the first 3.5 seasons, should absolutely be watched. And I think I like it better than the manga, but once you hit that point, the manga's better. It's very down to earth, like Weaver says. I always read him talking about hunger in regards to like a primal need rather than something to do with a different passion. Do you feel like both interpersonal fit or interpretations fit for what Osamu says? I think it's both. I think it's absolutely both. And when I first read that part, I took it as it being the primal need too. But I think it's just a cool coincidence that his primal need has to do with the food industry. I do, Sebastian. And I think it also reflects on the support he provides for Atsumu. And I think some of the gratification he gets from that. Where should I end today? Okay, we'll end today when we end this tier, I think. Or we could end with a bet. Yeah, we can end with a bet. Yes, for sure, Trish, yeah. This is a three-way bet. I might give another characters after it just to round out the tier. But, yeah. One sec. Okay. Okay, this one's fun. And there are three characters who are kind of similar in a way. That makes sense, Kev. That makes sense. Okay. Here we go. Tywin Lannister. He's back. Or Fuhrer King Bradley from FMAB. Or Gendo Ikari Evangelion. This is a cool one. Is this the toxic dad off? Yes. This is a really fun one, I think. So we'll do a three-way bet between these three for who's the highest. Putting it all in Gendo? Interesting. I'll give you guys 2 minutes for this one. Which character is highest on the list? Gendo, Bradley, and Tywin. Okay, bets are now in play. Where were they last year? Let's see. Bradley was 83. Gendo was 88. Tywin was 93. We already talked about Tywin. Gendo, honestly, Gendo started for me as a character in Ava that... And he's still... If I were to rank the Ava characters, he'd be relatively low. Probably lower than most people for Gendo. But man, I've grown so much appreciation for him over the past few years. So much so that I love the less is more approach with him. I love how much you can glean from just little lines and little interactions, and yeah, the finality of him in End of Ava really, oh damn, this is gonna get muted, really speaks to me. So much so that I don't really like what they do with him much in the rebuilds, but that's a whole different story. He's just a really hard-hitting, profound character, and his dynamic with Shinji is one of my favorite awful father dynamics in anything. You got right in the end, Prodigy. Right in the end, you caught us. Welcome in. And then King Bradley is, I think in some ways, a really interesting thesis for FMAB. He's full of contradictions and paradoxes that are kind of similar to... Oh, I was about to spoil something I said in one of my scripts that I'm writing right now. Kind of similar to other antagonists. For King Bradley, paradoxes and contradictions are by nature natural for him. Hey, Clown. I hope you're well as well. Welcome in. So the way he looks at humanity and looks at humans as lesser, and he's condescending towards them, but at the same time is so clearly also jealous and laments the inability to choose in the way that humans can choose and be free in the way that humans are, and the connections they have. It's a really sort of detached sort of envy. And the way that he's able to die satisfied by being able to talk about the choice he made, the one choice he made in his life, with a smile on his face, as an act of God seems to come down and just frees him. I don't know, there's something really profound about Bradley, and I've always really loved him. Hello, Marcel, as well. If you were talking earlier, my bad. Oh yeah, I missed you gushing about Morena. Sorry, I missed that. You should rewatch? We should all rewatch FMAB. I think collectively, everyone in the world should just rewatch FMAB, because I think every time I do, or every time I think about it, it's just a little better than I remember. I want to reread the manga too. Actually, isn't that one of my stream goals? That is one of my stream goals. Or one of my stream plans. So maybe I'll just reread the manga, or read the manga for the first time. Yep. It's there. Plan it and we'll do it. We'll do the manga thing, I guess. AJ FMA BBC. FMAB is so good. When would I read it after Tokyo Ghoul? Oh, sometime after Tokyo Ghoul. I imagine it's a far down the line series. Probably after Dragon Ball. Probably Slam Dunk. Anyways, what were the votes like? Damn, Tywin gets no love. Tywin gets 7% of the votes. Bradley gets 38% of the votes. And Gendo gets 56. I didn't get to vote. I forgot to vote. Okay. Sorry, guys. I can't make a precedent of constantly running back the votes. Should I do it just for this one? This will be the last one I ever do. I can run back the vote one more time since people forgot or didn't vote. I don't know. I missed the last second. Okay. It's fine. People have voted already. It's fine. Just be careful. If you do want to vote, just keep an eye. You could do it for a minute or just skip it. Yeah, it's fine. We'll just keep this, but just in the future, I guess I'll try to be louder, or I'll give 2 minutes more often. Okay. Anyways, number 99, Tywin Lannister. He did a literal live 7-place rise. So you guys were right. Most of you guys were right. Number 98, Gendo Ikari. Number 97, Fuhrer King Bradley. Should have listened to Andres. This time, yeah. Congratulations to 38% of you guys. There we go. And we'll do a few more before we finish today. We'll do a few more. We could end on a bet. Potentially. We'll do one more bet. 1.2 million. Oh my gosh, Hannah. We could end on a bet. Next on the list, though, is Xenoblade Chronicles 3 N. We have 2 N's on this list. One who is quite a bit higher than the other, but nonetheless, to me, sorry, I was just reading the chat. To me, the best character in Xenoblade Chronicles 3, one of the premier, when I think of video game antagonists, one of the premier examples of really, really awesome fractured characterization, just like a tortured soul. And the way the game uses perspective to show sort of branching paths and the ways in which things could have been different really hits hard with him in a specific way that I think you rarely see with very similar stuff. He's kind of an Umineko character to me, or like in some ways kind of like a Bleach character to me. He's fantastic. He's utterly fantastic. I love N. He's by far my favorite character in Xenoblade 3. And one of my favorite characters in the whole Xenoblade series. If we do the whole series, he'd be right up there. He'd be really high up there. Me too, Crimson. Me too. Let me know if this character's well presented. One of the best voice performances in video games. So he's presented really well visually. The audio is incredible. No, that's not weird at all, Raph. I totally get that, Raph. To me, they're distinct enough to put them in different spots, but I definitely get that. True, Clown. True. Next on the list, Metal Gear Solid, Revolver, Ocelot. Metal Gear Solid. Ocelot is good in Metal Gear Solid 1. He's really cool in Metal Gear Solid 2. He is unbelievable in Metal Gear Solid 3. He is one of my favorite characters in the whole series, and the recontextualization you get for him as you learn what you learn. The dynamic with Naked Snake, with the boss, Big Boss, the super shonen rivalry, low-key, not even low-key, kind of homoerotic shonen thing that's going on with that. The scenes, the cheesiness, the fun, the engagement, he is everything and more in one character, and I love him. I think he's so cool. And I hope there's more to him as well going forward. I would love more for him. I think he's a character that can be consistently built upon over and over and over. Welcome in, Tommen. Welcome in. Do I consider the villain of Umineko Episode 7 Tea Party to be an antagonist? No. No. Very homoerotic. There is yaoi. True. 94? Oh. Lost Judgment spoilers? Lost Judgment spoilers? Spoiler alert, Lost Judgment. A very strong first showing in the list for this character. Lost Judgment spoilers. Alert, alert, alert. For 3 streams for this list? Yes, I think so. Jin Kuwana. By far, to me, the best character in the Judgment series. The one I found was easiest to connect with, who was probably presented the best, who is incredibly fractured and broken in a lot of ways, and yet there's a beautiful simplicity to him as well. There's a beautiful understandability to him, and he maintains this fine balance for me between being very, very villainous and very antagonistic and very clearly wrong in the things he's doing, while also you get it in a way that hits very, very hard, that characters like Ehara really help to bring to the fore, to help contextualize. And his dynamic with Yagami is absolutely brilliant, and I don't know, he's just really, really great. Kuna's fantastic, and his last scene, God, it's so thought-provoking. It really makes you wonder and speculate and theorize and interpret about where he goes from there, while also drawing parallels with a lot of other fictional characters that have gone through that sort of image, that sort of aesthetic. He reminds me of Guts in that way, sort of. And we know the answer with Guts. We don't know the answer with Kuna. I would love a Judgment 3 where we learn more. He is super good. The final fight song, incredibly emotional. Yeah, and he's this good, and there's so much potential even still. Not quite Stromboli, sorry to disappoint. Okay, we're gonna reveal 93, 92, and 91, and then we'll do a bet between 89 and 90. And that's where we'll end. And we can start tomorrow with a bet too. Maybe with a 3-way. Might go crazy. Do I consider Queen Marika an antag? I do, but I don't put any non-Sekido FromSoft characters on this list. Yeah, I agree, Ray. I wouldn't mind. If he doesn't come back, it's not like he's an incomplete character. But, man, I would not complain at all. You're into 3-ways nowadays? I sure am. But number 93 is one of the best characters in one of the best TV shows I've ever seen. Gustavo Fring. No, I'm kidding. Woodes Rogers. Black Sails. Kind of like a really awesome antithesis and synthesis at the same time. He is one of my favorite representations in fiction in a story for which civilization is approached, the idea of civilization and what it means, like monsters versus civilization, chaos versus order. He represents such a great personification of the monstrous nature of civilization. Once you push them far enough, they are no different than the supposed monsters and dragons that they fight against, that they would say are the villains. And I love how well he represents that. His dynamic with Flint is unbelievable. And Rackham as well. Just all around an awesome, incredible character. Woods Rogers Black Sails. This is the most unintentionally funny character ever. Is he? I see that too, Weaver. I can see that for sure. Do I consider Yamai an antagonist? I do not. I do not. Thank you, Andres. We're close to ending anyway. Have a good meeting. Always Clown. One of the greatest games of all time. One of the greatest OSTs. I understand why you don't. It would be unfair to the other antags of the series otherwise. Right, exactly. What about Sawashido? I consider Joe Sawashido to be an antagonist. I do. Number 92 on the list. One of the last we'll do today is another monster, actually. He too is a monster. L from Death Note. L from Death Note. Kind of like we talked about last week. L's dynamic with Light is so fundamental and primal and archetypal. It speaks of the deepest essence of the series on a level that is honestly kind of striking. Death Note is, the more you think about it, the more you unravel, the deeper it gets. And Light and L are great examples of that. L specifically, I think the way in which he devolves from someone who said he was doing this, like, at first there's kind of the pretext of doing this because it's right. It just evolves into needing to stop Light because of his pride, because he wants to win. Oh, Tom, could you imagine? No, Silco's next. He's 91. So L is amazing, and I think he's a great representation of the themes of Death Note. And again, one of his most essential moments and scenes is not even in the main series. It's in the movie. It's in the movie. Crazy. But yeah, I've talked about L for years. I've made videos about him. He's so fantastic. I love him. Thank you, Dave. Also, shout out to the mods for consistently shilling my videos that have to do with these characters every time. Number 91 is a new addition that I've only recently thought of, and some may not consider this to be an antagonist, and I get that. Thank you, Sarah. L's dub is great. I said this last week. Death Note for me, I think of Death Note, I think of the dub. I think of the dub. Number 91 is a new addition. And this is a little out there. It's a little weird, but I think it counts. I really think it counts. Maria from Silent Hill 2, both the original and remake. It's a weird one to think of her as an antagonist, but she does obstruct the protagonist thematically, obstruct the truth. She's a projection, I think, that does a lot of things that antagonists do. And I think she's an incredibly profound character who is amazing and says so much about this, about, I think, womanhood and the way that men use women and think of women, and the male gaze and the idealization of certain elements of women for men's fancies, while also being this really awesome layered character in and of herself that fittingly enough, tragically enough, is so confined. She cannot find a way out of her confines because of the whims of a man. Really fantastically well done. The character design is really, really good. The way she reflects pop culture from that time and sex appeal from that time in the original Silent Hill 2 is fantastic. The lines of dialogue and how layered they are and how her role is so dynamic and evolves, it's just, she's an amazing character. I want to say a lot about her, but I don't want to spoil. But if she counts as an antag, she's awesome. She is. We can talk generally about, like, when it comes to Hunter x Hunter or Attack on Titan or Haikyuu, we just dive into spoilers a lot of the time. Bleach, Naruto, One Piece, we sometimes will, just because they're series that are close to the channel. But yeah, we'll try to be a bit careful with stuff like this, I guess. Thanks, Clown. Last one of the day. Yeah, I think a lot of people haven't played it, so makes sense. Last one of the day. Let's end with just a two-way. I think we can start tomorrow with a two-way or a three-way, but we'll end today with a two-way. Yeah, we're doing a bet between 89 and 90, yes. No, it's okay, we were. Okay. Get your bets ready. Okay? We are doing the last bet for today. We'll do 2 minutes for this, so there's less chance of people missing it. I know, I'm using the phrases way too much. Okay. So. Emmet versus Meduem? Why'd you spoil it? So. Grimjo? Someone was calling it. Jaeger Jock, however you pronounce it, or you spell it. From Bleach. Grade first entry. Really strong showing for Grimjo. Or who do we think this is? It's a fun one. Kabuto? Interesting. Well, speaking of One Piece. Charlotte Katakuri. This is a really fun one. Welcome in, Stuff. You joined you right in time for the final bet of the day. Love them both. Me too. So last year, Katakuri was quite high. 62. 62. So, pretty sizable drop. You want to know why? I will be the first to admit this. I usually say this doesn't happen to me, but I am victim to it sometimes. I think I was a victim of recency bias. I love Katakuri. I think he's really amazing. I love everything he did for the end of Whole Cake Island, but I think for the few months after finishing Whole Cake Island, I had him higher in my estimation than I actually thought he was deep down. And I think I realized that over the last year. Apologies, everyone. I can feel recency. I right? Stone me. So yes, recency bias with Charlotte Katakuri. This is just kind of things evening out and me realizing where he actually is. Whereas before, I think I was kind of coming off a high. So you're saying Grimjo wins now because of recency bias? Not at all. But no matter what, Katakuri had a sizable drop. I know what you're talking about, Simba. Okay, let's do 2 minutes. Who is higher? Which is higher on the list? Katakuri or Grimjo? Today's been fun, huh? Today's been fun. We've had lots of new entries. Grimjo, Maria, lots of some trail stuff, lots of RGG, some big moves up and down, lots of Bleach. Like, it's been lots of fun ones. Bro made Bleach lose twice already. He can't be this cruel with Kubo? Or can I? I know. I don't know how this has been 4.5 hours. Unrelated, but Heaven's Ward or Stormblood? I prefer Heaven's Ward to Stormblood. I find it generally just a little bit stronger, all in all. Which Trails antagonist did we have again? It's a bit of a spoiler, Gunsharaz. No one, if you don't want to be spoiled on Trails, don't look at the screen. I won't say anything out loud, but I'll scroll down. Don't look at the screen. Number 104. Raph, we did pro tags last week, Clown. The VODs are out there. Will I try to reach top 75 today and everything tomorrow? We're ending, we're ending here. We're ending after this bet. And we're going to do 3 streams, I think, to make it less rushed. I don't want to rush through it. The goal tomorrow will be to end around 40, 50 or so. Interesting song to play. Top 5 dynamics in the whole Big 3. I'll give you 2 for each Big 3. Naruto Sasuke and Sasuke Itachi. The Straw Hats and Luffy Shanks. Ichigo and Aizen. And Ichigo Kenpachi. Or Yuha Aizen. Or Ichigo Masuki. Pick one. Pick one. You get me, Fiji. Okay, what are the bets like? 29% say Katakuri. And 71% say Grimjo. I thought it would be a bit more even. Okay. 29% say Katakuri. 71% say Grimjo. Oh, me too, Simba. It was so good. It was so lovely to see that. Okay. The answer is Katakuri. Thank God I forgot to bet. You know what? I kind of want to end with because I have another bet after this. I kind of want to end with it. Big money for me, I think. I should probably just wait. I gotta wait. Down 27, yep. More money for me? Okay, should I? We can start, let's see how, hold on. No, I should end here. I gotta end here. We gotta start off with a bang. Man, why you do Bleach like that? Why do I make tons of video essays proclaiming about how beautiful and amazing Bleach is Why do I do a whole read-through of Bleach, countless hours talking about how amazing Bleach is, how diving into the intricacies of the tiniest visual details to say how much of a genius Kubo is? Why do I gush about Bleach every week? Why do I do all this? Why do I hate so much? Why do I hate Bleach so much, as shown by the fact that I have one One Piece character ahead of one Bleach character, and one Naruto character ahead of another one? You're right. How dare I? How dare I? As stated, where did Ichigo rank in pro tags? 13. How dare I do this to Bleach, right? How dare Ichigo be the highest big 3 protagonist? How dare I? Katakuri, very slightly ahead of Grimjo. I love Grimjo so much. I think him and Ichigo have a dynamic that is, like, it feels like you get all that there is to get about it at first, and then you dig a bit deeper into their respective parallel journeys and their growth, and how Grimjo sort of coalesces why am I being attacked? It was a joke. Why are you attacking me? It was a joke. No, listen, there are some jokes that are funny, you pig. I didn't find that one funny, so I just clap back a little bit. That's just how it goes sometimes. With Grimjo and Ulquiorra, I think hit completely different but complementary elements of Ichigo in general, in Arrancar, that reveal really interesting elements to his character. And I don't know, they feel, in some ways, they are really, really great kindred spirits. You're right, Tenryu. And their constant fights. Grimjo, to me, I don't know if you guys know what I mean, but Grimjo, to me, in Bleach, reminds me of Kuze in Yakuza 0. A little bit. And what he means for Ichigo. And what he, like, the way he keeps coming back. So yeah, let's give you guys your points. Congrats to the 29%. And I really want to do another bet to end today, but I think it's a really fun one to start off the next stream with. Bet 40k won 140. Oh my god. Crazy. Crazy. Rated character dynamic, Alphino and the Warrior of Light. Double S. Say one nice thing about the Straw Hats. Genuine found family. I think sometimes people can conflate found family into something that I don't really personally consider found family sometimes. But One Piece's protagonists, the Straw Hats, are, to me, one of my favorite examples of genuine found family and kinship from people who so much value each other and seek solace in one another and belong with one another as a family does. And it's one of my favorite examples of it in fiction. Luffy versus Katakuri or Luffy versus Kaido? As a fight, Katakuri. As a dynamic, Kaido. I need to finish One Piece. It sounds goat. It is. It is. Caesar is such a nice addition. You're so right, Struggler. I highly recommend the series Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint. Because you love stories about stories, but it also has amazing art, character dynamics, and thematics even outside of the story's themes. Interesting. I think I've heard of it. Is there an anime for it? I think I've heard of it somewhere. Top 5 dynamics between characters that don't... Oh, no, I think... Hannah, is that the one you showed me a trailer for? Because if so, that trailer is sick. Okay, maybe not then. Maybe not. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. It was announced for it. Okay. I'm confusing it with something else. Top 5 dynamics between characters that don't meet or interact. Me and Fiji were talking about this exact same thing the other day. Oh, interesting, Hannah. Interesting. Well, Meruem and Gon. Meruem and Gon. But there's some really cool ones in Bleach as well. Like, excuse me, I don't know if they'd be top 5, though. Yeah, I don't know if they'd be top 5. Kamina and Nia, do they really never meet? Oh, they really don't, huh? I mean, literally, yeah. Yeah, Kamina and Nia is a great one. Oikawa Washijo, oof. Ooh. Echo and Singed, oof. Sorry, just deleted that because of Umi and Echo spoilers, Sebastian. Just, you didn't do anything wrong. But, just wanting, because people wanting to read Umi and Echo. Just being a little safe. Nishiki and Daigo? Shit, you're right. Haruka and Daigo? You know what? Okay, you know what? I'm gonna give you a bunch. So there were 2 that I just said. Echo Singed is really, really good. Oikawa Washijo is really good. Kamina Nia. But I'm gonna say Kaido Blackbeard, Luffy Roger. So I'm gonna say Nishiki Daigo. They probably met, but I didn't see it, so I'll say it. Nishiki Daigo, Haruka Daigo, Haruka Shinada. Wait, did Shinada meet Haruka? I need to replay 5 to... Because they're characters who hardly interact, but I don't remember if they don't interact at all. I do have Yakuza 5 brain rot. I don't think they do either. Okay, so Shinada Haruka. That is one of my favorite in all of Yakuza 5. Peak music, by the way. Okay, that's a bunch. Luffy and Hirolook and Kaido. Yeah, this is Sonic Adventure 2. Top 5 dynamics that involve the reader, player, or viewer. Does Warrior of Light count? So, I'll say Kaien and Masaki. Oh, that's really good. No, here's another one. Bleach. Masaki and Unohana. Masaki and Unohana destroys me. Destroys me, man. Any player insert characters, yep. You get me, Fiji? Okay, so I'll say, any of the 5 I always say, or the 4 I always say with the Warrior of Light. Emmet Warrior of Light, Vina Warrior of Light, Graha Warrior of Light, Arbert Warrior of Light, Xenos Warrior of Light. Any of those 5, okay? Umineko, this is a weird one, but Umineko and the Reader. This sounds really pretentious, but I promise, if you've read Umineko, you know that what I'm saying is true. My favorite Sonic game is Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. I don't think that's weird. Okay, cool. Okay. I'm glad it doesn't sound weird. Dynamics that involve the reader, player, viewer. Undertale? Ooh. The core Mr. Robot one makes sense, yeah. The interplayer between Black Mage and Fighter? I don't think I've seen the Fighter one. Yeah. The core Undertale one. This is a weird one, but Majora in Majora's Mask and the Hero of Time with Link in Twilight Princess. It's very abstract and weird, but if you know, you know. Sorry, Elijah. Is that 5? That's probably 5. And top 5 dynamics that do not include the main character. Ava Angie Umineko. Gin Rangiku Bleach. Sasuke Itachi Naruto. Meruem Komugi. And Aerith Sephiroth. But admittedly, the Aerith Sephiroth one, I am doing a little bit of work for, and they need to follow through with it in part 3. But I still think it's genuine peak, and I really hope they explore it properly. Yeah, I talked with Hannah a lot about Aerith Sephiroth, and that definitely helps. Jesse and Mike, that's a great shout. I love that. Jesse and Mike, oh, I love that clown. Deidara and Sasori, that's a cool one. Krollo Hisoka, peak. Erwin Levi, oh god. Robin and the Reader, true. Krollo Pakunoda makes me emo, man. Do you guys want me to scroll down? I can scroll down to sum up what we've done today. Honorable mentions and everything. To sum it up. And we've done a lot of fun reveals today, I think. Jesse Nacho. Oh, that's cool, Kev. So this is some of the honorable mentions. Yeah, that is a lot, Mr. Clyra. There's a lot of them. Masato Masumi, true Green Fool. It really does. These streams go by so fast. Because I'm doing the top antagonists in 3 streams, I was like, maybe these will be shorter. But no, it's almost as long as the other ones, and I don't mind at all. Tom and Logan? It depends who you consider the main character, because then I'd say, like, Logan and Roman, if that counts. Okay, this is honorable mentions. I'm going to scroll up. Do you make your list before stream and then talk about rankings on the fly? Also, do you start at the top or bottom? I start at the bottom and count up. I just think that's a lot more fun. And I make this list throughout the year. As I experience and re-experience and think about my favorite fiction, the list is constantly evolving throughout the year. Someone mentioned Naya. The reason Naya is on there is because someone in chat mentioned it, Elijah. Masato and Ebina? True. Scrolling up. Yeah, there's been lots of One Piece, Bleach, Yu-Gi-Oh, Pegasus, lots of Haikyuu, some big rises, some big falls, Final Fantasy XIV rep, Digimon, Bleach, Yakuza, Trails, a bit of Trails. Is Jogo close to an honorable mention? No, but I like him a lot. A few people, I don't know who the first person who mentioned him was. I thought it might have been Mel, but it might have been Hannah. Is Lord Genome in the honorable mentions? I don't know. I straight up... Oh, no, you know what? Sorry, Lord Genome. I don't consider Lord Genome an antagonist. I don't consider him an antagonist. But, let me just double check one thing. I was checking if the anti-spirals were there, and they were. I'm glad. Oh, shit. I'm on the wrong part of the list. That was embarrassing. I almost spoiled the list. That was crazy. Novak is on the list, yep. Has Mori from Amori been placed? I don't consider her an antag. But if I did, she'd absolutely be here. Have I ever watched the Adachi side episode in Persona 4 Arena Ultimax? I have not, no. And, yeah, this is where we ended up. I know, I love the idea of Mari as an Antag. It doesn't quite work for me, or like it doesn't quite fit in my mind, but I love the idea. Aubrey. Oh, I don't consider Aubrey to be an Antag either, but she would be on the list in some way. Did I miss Novak? Yes. Novak was 120. I just scrolled past him. Okay, I think we're going to end it there, guys. Thank you so much for joining me. Thank you, everyone. Tomorrow, we will continue in probably the second of 3 streams for Antagonists. I hope you had a fun time. I definitely did. I had lots of fun sharing this, and there's so much more fun to be had and so many fun additions and changes to share tomorrow and onward. So I hope you'll join me tomorrow. Same time as always. Thank you, everyone. And yeah, we'll see you. Get your bets ready for tomorrow, because there's going to be, right out the gate, there's going to be one. There's going to be a bunch. Thank you very much. You can still put in your community rankings, I think. If you want to add anyone to the list. Yeah, thank you so much. Have a great rest of your Monday, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. Is there anyone I can raid? Is there anyone I can raid? No, it's all esports people. Okay, unless I want to raid Hungrybox. Okay, I'll just leave you guys here. Have a great rest of your day, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. Hungrybox. Let's raid Hungrybox. Raid Mango. You cannot nominate anymore, but the ranking poll should be up soon. Okay, you can't nominate any more characters for the community Antag, but the ranking will be up soon. Okay, perfect. Thank you, Kef. Thank you, Trish. See you guys.